Okay. We'll call an order tonight's committee of the whole for our city council meeting for February the 16th, 2021. City council should have the minutes from our February the 2nd committee of the whole meeting. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, is there a move to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All right, have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And the minutes are carried. The Metropolitan Planning Organization Citizens Advisory Committee, Mayor Pro Tem Whitten.
Yes, sir. We have 5 vacancies, and I'm going to start in the order that they're in. So the term begins March 9th, 2021 and ends March 8th, 2025. For the first appointment, Dana Camp has served 1 partial term. I would like to nominate Dana Camp for a full term.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? Seeing and hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, Ms. Camp is approved.
Then for the second slot, currently filled by Johnny Green, did not reapply. I'd like to nominate Michael Berg.
Second. For approval. For second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second for Michael Berg. Any comments or questions? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries.
Okay, for the third term or third position, Rex Griffin has served 2 full terms. I would like to nominate Nancy Bendinger.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second for Nancy Bendinger. Any comments or questions? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries.
And then for the 4th seat, Larry Malt has served 1 partial and 2 full terms. I would like to nominate Robin Chang.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for Robin Chang. Any comments or questions? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries.
And for the 5th and final position, J.R. Smith has served 2 full terms. I would like to nominate Christopher Smith.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for Christopher Smith. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, and we will formally approve all 5 of these later on the agenda. Thank you for your work, Ms. Whitten, and thank you to each of these individuals for putting their name, applying for this position, and I look forward to hearing of their good work. And I thank all the other people who also applied that we did not select tonight, and we continue to ask those good citizens to evaluate opportunities in the future to serve the city. Questions on the agenda for City Manager Crouch?
Real quick, council, I have 2 changes. Item 8C5, which was an easement on a consent agenda for, 8C2, not 8C5. That's why I need glasses. Has been withdrawn. It's an easement request from P&T Properties. There's no issue, but they have run into some rock on the property out of Yarborough Farms, and they want to make sure they're actually putting the easement in the correct location. And so they're asking that be pulled so that they can be sure it is correct when they do resubmit. And then the other changes, there's a mistake on your agenda on 8D for board appointments. It says there'll be 6 positions for the Metropolitan Planning Organization, and obviously you just appointed 5. So that is a mistake and just needs to be corrected to say 5 positions. And I'll be happy to answer questions otherwise.
Any other questions related to tonight's agenda for Megan? Okay, seeing and hearing none, do we have a move to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, committee of the whole is adjourned. It is 6:59, so, well, it is 7 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and start. Lindsay with the roll call.
Dawson,
Here.
Dixon,
Here.
Griswold,
Here.
Hovey,
Here.
Parsons,
Here.
Smith,
Present.
Taylor,
Here.
Whitten,
Here.
Anders.
Here. you'd please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, and then join me also for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Under Mayor's Communications, during our Committee of the Whole tonight, we appointed Dana Kemp, Michael Berg, Nancy Bendinger, Robin Chang, and Christopher Smith to the Metropolitan Planning Organization Citizens Advisory Committee. Want to continue to say thank you for all the great effort that is going into the vaccine clinic. We're receiving such positive reports, not only from John Atkinson with East Alabama Medical Center, but from the folks who are involved with that effort here at the city and the volunteers in our community. I just cannot tell you enough how thankful I am for all the great effort and partnership that is going towards this vaccine clinic, and just appreciate the big time effort that's happening out there. Ms. Crouch, would you have anything to add to that?
No, it's been a great community-wide effort where we have employees that volunteer there every day. We're also able to get, as essential workers, some of our employees vaccinated because they're volunteering, and sometimes there's a few left over at the end of the day. I do think our employees are reporting back that it is a very moving experience to work there and volunteer there, and that, again, I've said this a few times, but people are happy to get shots for the first time in their life, but you meet a lot of interesting people, and they're very excited to be there and very appreciative, and it's a very good experience. So if you haven't been to get a vaccine, or anybody on the council, again, wants to stop by, I'd be happy to meet you there so you can see what's going on, because it's a really great thing. We do appreciate the Chamber of Commerce, our partners, East Alabama Medical Center and the City of Opelika, but also the Auburn Chamber of Commerce has spearheaded a number of things there and kind of keeps our volunteers fed, and also anybody who needs a snack or what have you as well. And so I think it's a great experience, and I commend EAMC for being able to acquire the number of vaccines they've been able to acquire to get people vaccinated in the local area.
Good. Thank you, Megan. This past week, I signed a proclamation for Arbor Day, and once again, the City of Auburn has been named a 2020 Tree City USA by the Arbor Day Foundation in honor of our commitment to effective urban forest management. We also received a Tree City USA Growth Award for demonstrating environmental improvement and higher level of tree care. And certainly we thank all those people within the city who are making that happen for us, and we're very proud of the efforts. Speaking of trees, on March the 5th, there'll be a ceremony at Sam Harris Park where Hoops for Trees is a green initiative aimed at increasing urban forest canopy, improving water quality, and providing numerous other social, environmental, and economic benefits throughout the city of Auburn and across high school campuses in Alabama. I believe this group is going to be planting up to 20 or more trees at Sam Harris Park. There'll be a ceremony there on March the 5th at 1:30, and all of you are invited if you would like to go. I'm very thankful that they want to do this within one of our parks. Both of the Auburn High School basketball teams are in the Sweet 16. The girls play on Thursday night, and the boys play on Friday, and hope to win and advance to the Elite Eight in Montgomery next week. And just remind our citizens that not this weekend, but next weekend is the severe weather tax holiday weekend. And as we've had some interesting weather here the last 24 hours, hopefully that'll be a reminder to you if you need to pick up some things and supplies to prepare for the spring. That will be the time to do that and to save a little money. Okay. Any city council members have any kind of any announcements that they'd like to make tonight?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to just speak to Ward 5 constituents and I guess residents as a whole to kind of explain quickly about why I'm recusing myself on the short-term rental tonight. I think that it's really important for them to understand where I'm coming from and why I'm doing this. So tonight we have a controversial vote on short-term rentals, and as many of you know, I have a basement in my personal home that I've rented out on Airbnb since May of 2018. I've received a lot of calls, text messages, and hundreds of emails on this issue over the past few weeks. I've read every single email and text. I've been able to respond to some, but not all. So I hope by sharing this message, y'all will understand where I'm coming from. During my campaign for this seat, I was very clear and transparent about short-term rentals. Anyone that asked my opinion about short-term rentals, I told them I had one and that I would do whatever the Ethics Commission or legal counsel recommended once it comes to a vote. Let me be very clear. I have a short-term rental. I have a very strong bias, which is why I'm recusing myself. Not only that, the Ethics Commission ruled that if I vote on short-term rentals while having a short-term rental and someone files a complaint to the Ethics Commission, I would be under investigation. I am not going to take that risk for myself or my family. Voting on short-term rentals is not worth the fine or time in prison. I do understand that there is a majority of NC neighborhoods in Ward 5. There are constituents on both sides of this issue that live in Ward 5. I represent all constituents in Ward 5, and by recusing myself in the discussion and vote, I am representing both sides equally. I also want to be very clear about what I will do when an ordinance passes. I will follow the law. That is plain and simple. I pride myself on doing what is right. For me, doing what is right is recusing myself on this vote tonight and to follow whatever ordinance is passed. You can hold me accountable to that. And whenever this item comes up, I will remove myself from the meeting. I will watch on YouTube and I will rejoin the meeting once this item is voted on.
Anyone else on the council have an announcement they'd like to make?
Yes, Mayor, I do.
Sure.
On February the 11th, this past Thursday, I had the pleasure to represent the mayor during a student and law enforcement dialogue between the counties of Macon and Lee. Sheriff Brunson of Macon County led this initiative to have a conversation between students at Auburn University, Tuskegee University, along with law enforcement, public safety, and leaders of both communities. And it was a stirring dialogue. It was very honest and real, and will probably turn into some further dialogues. And just want to commend both communities for taking the initiative to start the conversation of how to ensure that both students and law enforcement can coexist peacefully in unity and both have a part of the conversation. So it was my honor to represent the mayor during that conversation on February the 11th.
Thank you, Ms. Whitten. I appreciate you being there. Anyone else with an announcement from the council? Okay, we'll move forward to Auburn University Communications. Abby?
Everyone. Okay, so just a few things. First, Tiger Giving Day is February 24th this year, and we're supporting the National Panhellenic Council. Secondly, Capital on the Plains is February 18th at 6 p.m. and will be live streamed from the SGA website. That's a speaker series that features a panel of mayors from around the state, including Mayor Anders. And then we had a wellness day today. So in an effort to prevent traveling or minimize traveling during spring break and during second semester, the board decided to not have a spring break this year. So instead of doing that, we have wellness day, one each month from now until when classes are over. They're on Tuesday, Wednesday, and so this month's was on a Tuesday. It was today, which means we just didn't have class in the week just for today, and we'll resume normal activity tomorrow. Our next one is Wednesday, March 10th. And then finally, the banquet is going to be on February 28th, where the new executive team will be sworn in. Following the new executive team will pick the of cabinet, and then we'll completely do the new transition into the new presidential cabinet. So that's all from me.
Thank you, Abby. Appreciate it. Okay, at this time is citizens communications for items that are on tonight's agenda. I would remind our viewers and our citizens who might want to participate that there are a number of items that you might be interested in speaking to us that have public hearings. If that is in fact the case, I will give you an opportunity to wait for your comments until that official public hearing takes place. But certainly if you'd like to talk to us about something that's on our agenda tonight that there's not a public hearing involved, then now is the time for you to speak to that. And please give us your name and address for the record. And remember, you have 5 minutes to speak. Anyone? Raise your hand. On the Zoom application, you would raise your hand. Okay. All right. Mark Meager?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Mark Meager. I live in Albany, Georgia. I am tied to the Auburn community for a long time. My father and grandfather were born and raised in Auburn. I attended Dean Road Elementary School and Auburn University. My sister and I own a second home in Auburn that we use to meet because we have other interests in Auburn, and from time to time, we meet there, and it's very convenient to have that home in Auburn. It's a great house. It's a great location. It's close to the
Mark,
campus.
you wanted to talk to us about short-term rentals?
Yes.
All right, that is, I wasn't sure where you were going. There'll be a public hearing later on in the agenda. I would encourage you to wait. I would encourage you to wait till then.
That's fine. I'll be happy to wait till then. I was under the impression that this was the time to do that from your, what you just said. So I'm sorry.
I apologize if I wasn't clear.
That's okay.
Thank you, Mark. We'll call on you later on the agenda. Anyone else? Okay, we'll move on to city manager's communications.
All right, good evening. Under City Manager's communications this evening, we have the announcement of a lot of vacancies. One vacancy on the East Alabama Mental Health Board. Term begins April 1st, 2021 and ends March 31st, 2027. One vacancy on the Library Board. The term begins April 15th, 2021 and ends April 14th, 2025. One vacancy on the West Pace Village Improvement District Board. This unexpired term begins upon appointment and ends September 9th, 2024. All of the appointments that I just mentioned will be made at the March 16th, 2021 meeting. There's also one vacancy on the Board of Education. That term will begin June 1st, 2021 and end May 31st, 2026. That particular appointment will be made at the April 20th meeting. If you're ready for the consent agenda, Mayor, our next item of business is the consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they wish to remove from the consent agenda and deal with that item individually?
Anyone? Okay, is there a move to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right, have a motion, a second to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The consent agenda has been approved.
All right, Mayor, under ordinances this evening, item 9A is authorizing the installation of 2 stop signs in Mims Trail subdivision, 9th edition, Phase B. Unanimous consent is necessary.
I'll introduce the ordinance and ask for unanimous consent.
Second.
Have a motion, a second. Does anyone on the council have a problem moving forward with a vote on this evening? Hearing none, Lindsay with the roll call.
Dawson,
Yes, ma'am.
Dixon,
Yes.
Griswold,
Yes, ma'am.
Hovey,
Yes, ma'am.
Parsons,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
Taylor,
Yes.
Witten,
Yes.
Anders.
Yes. There's no public hearing on this, so is there a motion to approve?
So
So
moved.
moved.
I have a motion, a second. Is there any comments or questions on this? Hearing none, Lindsay with the roll call.
Dawson,
Yes, ma'am.
Dixon,
Yes.
Griswold,
Yes, ma'am.
Hovey,
Yes, ma'am.
Parsons,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
Taylor,
Yes.
Witten,
Yes.
Anders.
Yes.
All right, item 9B1 is a request from the Industrial Development Board to rezone approximately 5.61 acres located at 1571 West Sanford Avenue from Comprehensive Development District to Industrial District. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. Unanimous consent is necessary and a public hearing is required.
I'll introduce the ordinance, unanimous consent. Second.
Have a motion and a second. Does anyone on the council have a problem moving forward with a vote on this evening? Hearing none, Lindsay with the roll call.
Dixon,
Yes.
Griswold,
Yes.
Hovey,
Yes, ma'am.
Parsons,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
Taylor,
Yes.
Witten,
Yes.
Dawson,
Yes, ma'am.
Anders.
Yes. At this time, we'll open the public hearing. If you'd like to address the city council, please raise your hand through Zoom and we will call on you before you begin your before you make your comments, please give your name and address for the record. Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion from the council?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, second. Any comments or questions from the council?
Yeah, my hand raised. It's too late though. Yeah.
Okay. So I have a motion, a second. No comments or questions. We'll move to vote. Lindsay with the roll call.
Dixon,
Yes.
Griswold,
Yes, ma'am.
Hovey,
Yes, ma'am.
Parsons,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
Taylor,
Yes.
Witten,
Yes.
Dawson,
Yes, ma'am.
Anders.
Yes.
Item 9B2 is a request from Brett Basquin on behalf of PSM Holdings LLC and TD Development to amend ordinance number 2569 in order to add 4.21 acres of property and 33,000 square feet of office use to the Hamilton Place Planned Development District located at the northeast corner of Hamilton Road and Moores Mill Road. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended denial of this request. Unanimous consent is necessary and a public hearing is required.
I'll introduce the ordinance.
Go ahead, Beth.
I'll introduce the ordinance and ask for unanimous consent.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Does anyone on the council have a problem moving forward with a vote on this evening? Hearing none, Lindsay?
Griswold,
Yes.
Hovey,
Yes, ma'am.
Parsons,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
Taylor,
Yes.
Witten,
Yes.
Dawson,
Yes, ma'am.
Dixon,
Yes.
Anders.
Yes. At this time, we'll open the public hearing. If you'd like to address City Council, we ask that you give your name and address for the record. Please raise your hand and we'll call on you. Andrew Price. Can you hear us, Andrew?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. So my name's Andrew Price. My address is 2575 Glenbrook Drive. And first, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council. And I want to voice my opposition to the items 9B2 and 10A2. I've been involved in the discussions back from the beginning, as far as I can remember, when this proposal came to the council. And again, I want to publicly voice my opposition due to a few reasons, mainly being the traffic safety, trying to get from exiting our neighborhood onto Moores Mill Road with limited sight distances involved, at the speed limits that we have posted, even when cars are doing the posted speed limit, the amount of time we have to make decisions about when to enter Moores Mill, either northbound or southbound, or I guess east and west. It depends. I always think of it going north and south, but anyway, turning right or left or out of our neighborhood can be extremely challenging depending on the time of day. We don't have turn lanes as we have as you go further into Auburn, and realizing that those additional spaces could be created. But if you think about the complexity of the decisions that will have to be made with the addition of the proposed road, either somewhat directly across the street, even though it's not aligned directly, or the access road behind Publix, it's extremely challenging. I've got 2 teenage daughters that will be driving soon. And, myself, when I leave and I have, 30 years of experience driving, it can be extremely challenging. I've seen a car on its roof leaving our neighborhood. And I very much fear for my daughters learning how to exit our neighborhood, to the point of thinking about which ways we could make right turns to end up back at the Moores Mill Ogletree intersection, so that it's safer. I even think about that for myself, depending on the time of day. And also just want to voice my opposition to the dissimilar use. I'm concerned about my property value and how it will be affected by such a dissimilar use directly across from my neighborhood. I guess I'll stop there. I just want to also say that the earlier discussion about the vaccination clinic, I had the opportunity to volunteer there today, and it was a very moving experience. And I want to state my huge shout out support to the city and EAMC and others about making that happen. It's amazing. So thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. All right, Ernie Merritt.
Good evening.
Good
Thank
evening.
Thank you very much for your time, Mayor Andrews and the City Council. Thank you for your service. I will be very brief tonight, as I know you have an extremely full agenda with many people that would like to speak.
How about your address, Ernie? Can you share that with us real quick?
I'm sorry, 2492 Glenbrook Drive.
Thank you, Ernie.
Glenbrook Drive. I would ask that I am opposed to both items that will be discussed on the agenda, and I ask that you deny both agenda items 9.b.2 and 10.a.2. I would ask that you take under consideration, I have submitted a letter to each of you on the council. That letter was submitted to you on 2/15 through electronic email. Obviously, I have provided you significant and a large number of items of reasonings why I ask that you reject these two agenda items. Obviously, the newest admissions are making the concerns around the safety much worse than the last time we had this discussion, and would ask that you consider or ask that you reject those. And I will yield my time back due to the amount of items on the agenda this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Moncrief.
Hello.
We can hear you, Julie.
Okay. My name is Julie Moncrief. My address is 1122 Blackman Circle. I also live in the Bentbrook neighborhood. I too, like Ernie mentioned, appreciate your service and the hard work that's gone into this. I have submitted emails to each member on the city council, and I appreciate your responses and your time in reading those and considering our concerns. I'm going to be brief too and just say, as before, many of the neighbors, myself included, have strong concerns about safety, and we ask that you deny these items on the agenda as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moncrief. Julie Melton.
He'll call me.
Hey there, this is Julie Melton, 2512 Glenbrook Drive. Can you guys hear me?
We can. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I didn't respond to you. Go ahead.
That's okay. Just wanted to make sure. So again, I know Ernie stated this earlier. We know there's a full agenda tonight, so I do not want to take up much time, but just wanted to speak up and ask that you guys vote no. And for the exact same reasons as the last time it came in front of City Council, and really for the last year plus that this has been in discussion. So I thank you for your consideration, but again, ask that you'll vote no to this for all the reasons that we've stated before. So thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Wells.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Kevin.
Okay. Kevin Wells, 1115 Blackman Circle. I spoke a couple months ago when we had the similar hearing. Again, I ask you to vote no for all of the reasons that have already been brought up: safety, home values, use, the comp plan 2030 that does not specify for this kind of development. And another item that I'm wondering, I've not heard anything talked about, but there's a stream that runs through on that property that ends up into the pond that's in Bent Brook. And I fear that pollution from a business development there would hurt the pond, destroying home values in our neighborhood. So I urge you to vote no to these votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, Brett Basquin.
Good evening, council. Brett Basquin, 2128 Moores Mill Road, representing the property owner on this project. This project is similar to the case that was reviewed and voted on in November of 2020 council. The previous design had a shared curb cut. We were using a shared curb cut with Publix on the Publix driveway. City staff stated that the driveway was safe during the hearing, and that there was no data to support the previous driveway as being an unsafe condition. We had discussions about aligning a street with, or a driveway with the Bent Brook based upon conversations with the neighbors and some of you fellow council folks. In that discussion, it seemed like that was a better condition at that time than the responses that we're hearing now. In those discussions, we were told by in discussions with city staff that adding that driveway would be a substantial change and would require us to go back through the planning commission process, and that they felt that the previous driveway was a better situation. So we went through with the previous layout and the previous shared driveway, but was turned down by council based upon our understanding from the follow-up conversations and that Councilman Dawson and Councilman Dixon were concerned about the safety of the existing driveway. Fast forward to where we are now, where we're proposing a new street to align with the Bent Brook exit. We're now hearing that that condition is unsafe. Based upon planning commission's feedback, planning commission had no concerns with the use as office as a step down use between the public shopping center and the adjacent property for future residential. Their concern was with this new public street that they preferred the previous shared driveway. As you recall, they previously recommended approval for this with the shared driveway. And so just to give a little bit of color to the situation, the proposed road location meets the minimum city requirements. So this proposed city street meets the city requirements. Based upon conversations to date and from the work session last Monday, city engineer indicated that this proposed street location was not an unsafe condition, but they did prefer the previous shared driveway. You know, there is precedence for city streets being added in this condition. I can give examples of those if you'd like. You know, the fallback on this is if we can't get this approved with a public street here, how do you expect us to access this property? If we can't get anything approved to access it through the shared curb cut on the public shopping center property, and we can't put a city, a street to meet city requirements to align with the Bent Brook driveway, how are we supposed to access our property? Where's our rights to access and develop our property? I mean, if denied in the current situation, we're in LDD. The only permitted use by right is single family residential. So the only thing that you can fall back and do is build a city street in the same location as we're showing right now and subdividing off of that with single family lots. So you're getting the same driveway configuration as you're getting now. Be happy to answer any questions, but Ron, if we have the ability, if there's any more questions and comments, we'd like to have a chance to rebuttal anything at the end as well as we're the applicant. Thank you.
All right. Mark Hodge. Mark, you with us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. We can hear you now.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you calling on me and appreciate your time as well as the council's time this evening. I serve as counsel to TD Development, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly with you this
Mark,
evening.
can you give us your address, please?
Sure, I'm at 425 West Capitol Avenue, Suite 3400, and Little Rock, Arkansas, 72201.
Thank you.
Thank you. My client, TD Development, has now presented 2 designs for access to its property to the Planning Department and the City Council. The Planning Commission has approved the property for use as a PDD low-density light commercial development, and it approved the use of the existing curb cut for access to the development that was before you in November of last year. You denied that proposal with 2 city council members stating on the record that the denial was based on safety concerns. You stated safety concerns served as the basis for the denial of the site plan that used the existing curb cut, even though the city engineer stated at that time that based on her review of the traffic study and the accidents reports, she deemed the design to be safe. After the November vote to deny the previous site plan, TD Development, in conjunction with city officials, revamped the plan to move the curb cut in a manner that it understood would satisfy at least some of the council members' safety concerns. That's the plan that's before you tonight. And I understand that the city staff is not willing to recommend this design, but this body has previously denied the design that the city staff had deemed to be safe. My client has demonstrated a willingness to work with the planning staff and continues to have the same willingness. The uses along this portion of Moore's Mill Road are diverse and intense. As you know, the uses range from dense retail at the Publix to gas stations, drugstores, and several other small businesses and professional office space. Light commercial use sought by TD Development has been approved for other parcels in this area. And this use is a natural transitional use from the neighboring high-intensity public use. The development of this portion of Moores Mills Road has already happened. And as the Planning Commission has held, my client's intended use fits well with the current uses. If this body were to again refuse to approve the development based upon safety concerns surrounding the new curb cut and the entryway that Brett just commented on, that would be tantamount to denying TD Development its highest and best use of the subject property, or could be seen as inverse condemnation. City staff found no safety concerns with the previous design. My client's certainly willing to go back to that design if this body so directs and if it can procedurally be done. You used the terminology earlier, highest and best use, because I liken your consideration of this development to a consideration that you had of the silo at Conway rezoning that you approved at your October 6, 2020 meeting. I listened in on that meeting because TD Development proposal was on the agenda for that night, but it got bumped to the November agenda. During that conversation, when you were talking about the silo at Conway development, the council members speaking in favor of the development voiced that this body should not keep the property owner from developing its property altogether if the use made sense in conjunction with the neighboring uses. I agreed with the council member that evening and would ask that the council treat this proposed development in the same manner. as you did the Silo at Conway development and several other developments up and down Moores Mill Road, and vote to approve the rezoning. TD Development is owned by local tax-paying individuals who are seeking to use their property in a manner consistent with neighboring uses and similar to other developments that you've approved in the past. I recognize you have to both consider safety and the use of the property by the owners. And I would say that TD Development's use of the property will fit in well with the neighboring uses and the safety concerns. They are certainly have expressed a willingness to work with the city on those. And we believe this site plan to be safe from the outset. A no vote tonight would essentially prevent them from using their property in a manner consistent with developments up and down Moores Mill Road. I appreciate your time and consideration of this development, and be happy to answer any questions if that's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mark Massey.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, thank you. Mark Massey, 2480 Glenbrook Drive. Thank you guys for hearing us out here. I am 51 years old. I've lived in Atlanta and DC growing up. I know what traffic is. I mean, Auburn doesn't really have traffic here, but this particular intersection here is a pain to come out of. I wrote you guys an email today and invited you to come and try to, get out of our neighborhood around 3 to 5 o'clock. Mr. Baskin, I don't know if you ever tried to do that. The problem is it's kind of in a valley, and you got the hill going towards Beauregard, and the cars coming over that hill until that's regraded, or you can actually have a sight, a line of sight like you would have on Wire Road. And, it's more, some of those Wire Road places are kind of flat. It would be a lot easier. We have a lot of teenagers in this neighborhood driving, and you guys keep saying there's not going to be that much traffic. Right now, there's a single home on that development. And early on during the planning commission, they were talking about, well, Benbrook neighborhood has this many houses, it creates this much traffic. Well, guess what? It's already here. You're adding more to it. I'm an actuary by trade. I understand risk. I assess risk. Work with morbidity and mortality studies for 25 plus years. Okay. I'm not a traffic engineer. I know a bunch of them, but I also study a lot of accidental deaths and things like that. Until they fix this road with that site distance on either side of the hill, and I welcome Mr. Baskin and the gentleman from Arkansas to come over there and try to pull out a couple times, and then think of yourself as a teenager pulling out, and think about all extra traffic coming in there. It's not, I'm not against growth. I grew up in big cities, but it has to be smart growth, and this is not what this is right here. Until that road is fixed. And it's only going to get worse on that road. There's a lot of development going on, and eventually you'll probably have to take that road down a little bit, widen it a little bit to get a better site plan. Because it's not a fun, I'm a good driver, but it's not a fun way to, try to leave your neighborhood every time. Luckily during COVID, I've been working from home. My wife may not agree with that, but it's been a challenge. So I respect, the rest of the time I'll yield it back, but I just want to kind of voice my concern, and it'll be a continued concern. And it's not just particularly with, them trying to put something, it's where this is right here. It's a something replacing a single family home that was rarely used and not much traffic coming out of it. With any traffic, it's going to be bad. Sorry. All right. I'll talk to y'all later. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion from the council?
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any comments or questions from the council?
I have a couple, Mayor.
Sure.
these are to the city manager. Megan, it's currently zoned LDD, and as stated by a resident, I believe, the use allowable there is residential, correct?
That's correct.
And if the applicant wished to put residential there, they could use a private drive as designated currently by the home that is currently on the property?
It depends on what type of homes. I'll need to defer to the planning director, because I believe based on the base zoning, I'm not sure that they could do something called performance residential, which would allow condominium style things. They would likely need a public street access point. That being said, I need to be crystal clear that no such application has been submitted. This was rezoned by the council in November from rural to LDD. And the rights granted under the zoning ordinance are only for LDD. A planned development district is not a by right situation. That is a by contract situation, as specifically outlined in the zoning ordinance. And you are not compelled to approve planned development districts if you don't desire to do so. But Katie, go ahead about requirement for it being a public street with the LDD zoning.
Sure. I was just going to say that, yes, single family conventional subdivisions are the only residential that's allowed, so performance would not be allowed.
Thank you. And the reason that the applicant is seeking a planned development district, the PDD, is because of the conditional use request.
Katie can cover this in more detail. I'll give you an overview. And if this doesn't, the conditional use, the use itself and office use would not be allowed in the limited development district unless it were a neighborhood shopping center. A neighborhood shopping center has to be at the intersection of two arterial roads. So this parcel does not qualify for that. Or you have to amend the adjacent planned development district, which is at the intersection of two arterial roads, but really that just meets the PDD criteria. So the only way you can place office here is to amend the PDD with the zoning as it is today. Katie, did I miss anything?
You got it.
Okay.
Great. And then I believe in the previous application, the comments were that the residents of Bentbrook wanted the driveways to align. This request is offset, and I understand why. And I personally had no problems with the previous application, but in my opinion, having young daughters who are young drivers or potentially young drivers, I would see this as a greater concern as a parent versus what the previous application was. For that reason, I can't support this application. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the city council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand from our work session that the street layout is a integral part of any PDD approval. Can you confirm that, please?
Katie, do you want to explain?
Sure. That is correct. Any street network in a PDD is part of that planned development district. So anytime a street network is proposed or any changes to that network is proposed by an applicant later on, that requires an amendment to the PDD.
Okay, thank you.
And that is what the Planning Commission stated. One of their reasons for recommending denial of the PDD was the street layout.
All right. Anything else from the council? Any comments or questions from anyone?
Mayor, if I may.
Sure, Chief.
Megan, could we hear from the city engineer on this?
Sure can, Chief Dawson. What would you like to hear? What's your question?
What are the lining it up like they're requesting to be able to do now? Where does the city stand on that from a liability standpoint?
Allison Frazier. Up. She's coming back. As soon as she gets unmuted here.
Yes. The proposal meets our specifications as far as distance from a public right-of-way to a curb cut. We did note in the staff report, it is a little uncharacteristic to have a public street for this type of development. As to the liability, that I cannot answer. Yeah, no answer on the liability. Is that your question? Or
Could
could you
you
rephrase your question for me?
What do you recommend allowing them to be able to do this, or is it something you can approve, or how do you feel about it?
Allison, there is a question of policy that we talked about earlier, which is, to clarify, there's two things here, Chief. We're talking about safety, one thing, and normally as a matter of policy, the staff does not recommend that cul-de-sacs, Mr. Basquin pointed out that maybe it has gone on elsewhere in town, but as a matter of policy today, and we've been operating under for a number of years, we don't typically recommend public streets for developments such as this. So there's that piece. The offset piece, what engineers don't love to make safety recommendations other than saying it's safe or unsafe, but the offset piece, I think the concerns lie, and I'll have Allison speak to, is it's offset in a different direction now where visibility, it's not a sight distance issue, which Allison can cover. There isn't a sight distance issue with Bent Brook today, as we've recently studied. There is, with this being offset, they're now looking in three directions. She talked a little bit about that with you during your work session, because you've got to look straight across, right and left for conflicts. And the problem with straight across is a car can turn out right, and you could run into them because the turn lane's not extended. But Allison, do you have anything else on the safety side?
No, other than there is the potential for additional delays coming out of Bent Brook because this is offset. But Megan, I think you covered everything.
All right. Is Brett Baskin still available?
Sure, he would be. Brett, would you raise your hand?
Yeah.
We'll call on you. If you'll just, all right, Tommy, you got a question for him?
Yeah, what happens to the entrance behind Publix? Is that going to be closed off where it would not be able to be used if this were approved?
Okay. Brett, did you get that question?
Yeah, I mean, the current site plan shows it connected as it's still connected over there. The primary entrance and exit is through this new city street, but there is requirements within the city, the city's policies for cross access against adjacent adjacent properties. So we have that cross access in there now.
But Brett, that truck access, the loading dock access curb cut onto Moores Mill Road is not slated to be closed as part of this project.
No, it's staying open.
Okay.
And you'll still be able to leave the business complex and go out behind Publix if you so choose.
If you so choose, yes. You could go out the back way there, yes.
All right. Well, I can't support it with both of them. If you were closing that, I could see voting yes on it, because I distinctly, and this is not going to be popular, so I'm going to say it anyway. I do recall some of the neighborhood residents saying that if it was lined up, they would be okay with it. So if it was just that, I would do it, but I can't see how you can justify being safer if you're still going to have the ingress and egress up there behind Publix, as well as the one right across from there. Yeah, I just can't go along with both of them. So,
I mean, I mean, I'd have to ask Megan, but if you wanted to make it conditional based upon not having cross access there, I mean, I think we would be okay with that. I just don't know if that could be a condition as part of your approval or not. But I mean, we could, we don't have a problem doing that if that's if you think that's what is needed.
is that something can be done a conditional term, Megan?
Yeah, that's at the prerogative of the council. We currently require it. I'll have Katie or Allison weigh in, or at least turn their cameras on and shake their head if it's not a condition that they can remove. But I can tell you staff encourages cross access, because if you were to approve these offices and somebody wants to go to Publix or get coffee or get their nails done, we don't want to encourage them to get out in traffic on Moores Mill Road that you've heard a lot about, to get back out of traffic, to get into the shopping center, or to be making a bunch of left turns to go between the two when they could drive without getting out on the public street. That is why we require cross accesses, to reduce traffic out on the road and rear end collision potential. So, but Katie and Allison, can the council condition, is it the PDD or the wait till conditional use? Katie?
I would say it would be, it could be either.
Okay.
And both could be conditional.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is your prerogative, and I'll just tell you why it's in the ordinance, and that'd be up to you.
Well, I certainly can see what you're saying, and I can see where that would be a problem, but I'm just saying the only way I can support it at this point was for that entrance and exit to be closed going in and out the office complex. I do specifically remember some people saying that they could support it. They would be okay with it if it lined up with Bentbrook, and I think the applicant has made that effort to do it. So that's kind of a hang up for me right there, but I cannot support it with both of them being open.
All right, Chief, anyone else?
Mayor?
Yes.
Would this intersection at some point warrant a traffic light? I mean, is that something we would have information on?
I'll have Allison Frazier speak to that. The short answer is it would not anytime soon. And I need to remind you that you have a number of streets and curb cuts up and down Moores Mill Road that encounter similar conditions that do not warrant. Rock Fence Road is a higher volume intersection, would be closer to warranting, and that goes to the Moores Mill Golf Club if you don't know what that is. But Allison can speak to whether or not we have any intention anytime soon of cutting Moores Mill Road down to the site distance questions, and she can address warrants for signalization.
Yeah, we in the prior iteration, we did a signal warrant, and it would not warrant. Bentbrook has, I think, around 60 homes, and this development proposed is relatively small. So with the side street traffic, it would not warrant a traffic signal now or probably ever.
If the application is denied, could it ever be brought back up in this situation? Is there like a 12-month period or something of that nature?
Let me distinguish, and Katie will jump in if I'm wrong. The initial application was made in August of 2020, which means the one that was previously denied is eligible to be reheard automatically by the zoning ordinance provision, meaning if the applicant were to bring it up again in August of 2021 to the Planning Commission, but it would restart there and move forward to the council. And the other, I think, key thing with that is you cannot go back because you already denied the previous curb cut action, and they requested a rehearing based on a new condition, which was adding a public street. You can't go back and say, now we want to do that one. That item is off the table until August of 2021. And the same with this, if you were to deny this, they couldn't bring it back up for a year from when they started the process, which would be theoretically January, not the date of the rehearing, which I think was December, but the date of when the rezoning was heard, which was January.
Could the applicant apply with council to rezone to another type of zone that you had mentioned, like performance residential or some other besides just detached single-family dwellings? Is that a possibility for the future?
No, it is a possibility, but I'll have Katie explain the nuances with the land use plan as well as, spot zoning challenges. Katie?
So because this is the future land use classification is conservation cluster, the only thing that is possible of going there is single family residential at this point. So I don't know that will change in the next 5-year update, which will be done later this year. But as of right now, it is what it is.
As recommended by the land use plan, I mean, yes, it is the council's prerogative that, Planning Commission can recommend and you can approve. There would be some zones, though, that are non-residential that would likely not be recommended by staff for spot zoning reasons. The LDD zone, the whole Ogletree Village Shopping Center base zone, as well as where CVS is and so on, they're all base zoned LDD. So it is an appropriate adjacent zoning and does not, bring forward a land use conflict. Where this conflicted previously was the land use plan says residential, and this is proposal of an office, and planning commission has generally been okay with the use of office there, saying it's a lower intensity use. And sometimes planning commission and you guys will disagree with the land use plan, which that's what you're here for. But we can't just turn around and zone this CDD. There is not CDD zoning in this area.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else on the council have a question or comment?
Mayor, I have a problem unless somebody else wants to go first.
No, you go ahead, Kelly.
Okay, thank you. A little confusion on my part. This is not directly across from Bent Brook, right? It is still an offset intersection. And that's what creates the additional safety issue of having to look, well, at least in one more direction. It is not a direct thing like the residents spoke of in the previous hearing, when some of them suggested it'd be okay if it was straight across. This is still not straight across. So, and in fact, this is more dangerous than the previous submittal, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is still not straight across. And as the city engineer had stated a little bit during your work session, the challenge with that is, and the applicants submitted all that they could submit, which is it has to meet a specific distance between the curb cut that Councilman Dawson mentioned at Publix and this to meet a public street criteria, which they cannot move it and align it directly with Bent Brook without further waivers. Subdivision style waivers go through the planning commission. And that's not there without the use approvals and so on. So this is the only place the applicants could submit it and be lawful. So
Okay.
that's where they did.
And if approved, this would be the fifth curb cut from Hamilton Road within a short span of traffic there. Is that correct?
I think it would be the fourth curb cut.
4 on one side and 1 on the other side. So maybe more. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry. On that side is 4. On the other side where CVS is, there's 1 at CVS, and then you get to Bent Brook, which is a public street.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Anyone else on the council? Because we've got a couple of attendees that would like to speak again. Julie Moncrief, you did have your hand raised.
No, you closed the public hearing.
Do what?
The public hearing's been
Oh,
closed.
excuse, my bad. Yep, public hearing's been closed, yep.
So the applicant is the only other person.
So the applicant's
Yeah.
up there. So Julie was up there. All right. So Brett, we'll call back on you. If you'd like to make a few more comments.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to clarify was when they were talking about performance residential uses not being allowed, the future land use is a guidance document. It's not the law. And what's driving not being able to use performance residential uses here is the conservation overlay, is part of the zoning district. It's one of the overlay districts. The future land use doesn't dictate anything here in regards to the ability for us to do performance residential. Because this portion of the property is in the conservation overlay district, therefore it is there prohibited from having any performance residential uses other than traditional single family. I just wanted to make sure that was crystal clear.
Mr. Bassman is correct. That's correct. And that's speaking to one of the residents earlier had concerns about the watershed and so on. And that's why it's in that overlay district. And
That
that's
is
something
correct.
that's been in place, Katie, for a while, correct?
Yes, and I misspoke a while ago when I was saying that about the comp plan. I meant the COD, Conservation Overlay District.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for clearing all that up. Okay. All right. No further questions or comments from the council. We do have a motion and a second. So we'll call on Lindsay right now for the roll call. Okay.
Okay. Griswold,
He's muted.
No.
Hovey,
We voting on unanimous consent or the motion?
Motion.
The motion.
Okay. No.
Parsons.
No.
Smith,
Yes.
Taylor,
No.
Witten,
No.
Dawson,
No.
Dixon,
No.
Anders.
No.
Fails.
Failed.
Okay, so that will also remove item 10A2. When we get there, I'll remind you, but the resolution, if the rezoning did not pass, which it did not, the conditional use will fall off the agenda. So I'll remind you when we get there. That did not happen with Planning Commission because they're only a recommending authority. So since you've denied the rezoning, that item will be removed. Mayor, are we ready to continue?
We're ready to continue. Before we start, I know that there are a lot of people who were thinking about speaking tonight and will possibly speak tonight. I considered asking the city council to limit the amount of time that you have in the public hearing and to consider that for this evening. But at this point in time, I do not think that's appropriate. I would ask all of you that plan to speak tonight to please be as considerate of all of our time as possible. And say the things that are important to you. Try not to be repetitive and try to be as efficient as you can because we want to allow all of you who want to speak an opportunity to speak tonight. Okay?
All right, item 9B3 includes various zoning ordinance amendments to Article 2 definitions, Article 4 general regulations, and Article 5 detailed use regulations in order to establish short-term rental regulations. The Planning Commission recommended approval of these amendments by a vote of 7-2. Unanimous consent is necessary and a public hearing is required.
I'll introduce the ordinance and ask for unanimous consent.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Does anyone on the council have a problem moving forward with a vote on this evening?
Mr. Mayor, one point of reference for the minutes is Councilmember Dixon has left the meeting and is recusing himself. So Lindsay, please note that at this time before the item started. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll repeat myself. We have a motion and a second. Does anyone on the council have a problem moving forward with a vote on this evening? Hearing none, Lindsay with the roll call.
Hovey,
Yes.
Parsons,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Witten,
Yes.
Dawson,
Yes, ma'am.
Dixon, Griswold,
Yes, ma'am.
Anders.
Yes. This time we'll open the public hearing. Please remember when you start the public hearing, your comments, please give your name and address for the record. And we will begin with William Lowry.
Good evening. This is William, also known as Mac Lowry. I live at 224 West Chewacla Drive. 6 years ago, my wife and I, Connor, formerly known as Connor Hinton, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the food out of my mouth, made one of the best decisions of our lives when we decided to return to our hometown of Auburn. As part of that journey, we bought and completely renovated a dumpster fire of a house near downtown. I'm sure most of you have noticed it. We're visible from the corner of Chewacla and Thatch with a mid-century modern house. In fact, our architect, Bazad Nakhtavan, earned a state-level American Institute of Architects award for it. I'm not a poor man, but I'm not a rich man. Before committing to this level of renovation, we included in our equation the ability to rent the house on Airbnb. We have never had a problem. We've enjoyed the hospitality aspect of doing it for others. Graduations are especially rewarding because we often provide families somewhere comfortable to hang out, eat, and be together, unlike a hotel. We've never had a complaint. I want to be very clear. Our renovation of this house was made possible by our plan to use it as a primary residence short-term rental. We offer it on Airbnb pretty much year-round, but we average only about 6 rentals a year. We make about 18 to 30K a year, depending mostly on the football team's schedule and success. That income goes in large part back into the mortgage and additional improvements to this property. The notion that SDRs result in undesirable neighborhoods is, from my experiences, both the host and someone who rents across the country, flat out false. Airbnb renters want a nice place, not hotel rooms. The nicer the place, the more money the owner gets, hence the owner puts more money back into the place. There are exceptions, mostly non-primary STRs in very large cities, but in large part, they simply don't apply to the Auburn market, and they never will. As an extremely marketable home in Auburn, we still only get half a dozen renters a year. We could drop our price and increase that, but honestly, not by a lot. Simply put, Auburn does not have enough beds throughout the year for a pure STR non-primary residence to make financial sense. If it did, Northcote and Evans would have started changing student housing to SDRs years ago. As one of the two specific recommendations I'll make, I suggest you throw out the neighborhood conservation zone part of the proposal that would keep me from renting, just because it doesn't make sense. My street, West Chouaclo Drive, and other neighborhood streets around me, to include Payne, are close to campus, will be barred from being SDRs. It seems nice that we're singled out as important neighborhoods to conserve, but it doesn't make any sense. My neighbors to my right for the next three houses are all multi-family student duplexes, and my back door neighbor is an old apartment complex. Honestly, they're all pretty much in disarray. These are my neighbors, but they're not neighborhood conservative zones. Actually, my neighborhood has a super high percentage of student rentals, and I love them. I know this has been going on for years, and I believe you're going to vote the way you're going to vote and not change your mind. And I do disagree with the proposal as it stands from a community and business perspective. But if you intend to pass the bill with the NC zone rule in place that would bar me from renting, I have one other specific recommendation, which is selfish. I request that you consider grandfather clause for those of us who invested in our primary homes, knowing that we have SDR income while we still own these houses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joshua Poole.
Hello all, can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Well, hello again. My name is Josh Poole. I live at 334 Hickory Woods Drive in Auburn. And Mr. Lowry made some excellent points. And I would just like to, again, express my full support for short-term rentals everywhere in Auburn. That includes in NC zones and DDH zones, which I live in a DDH zone. And so I've made the similar points before, but basically my wife and I, we bought a house that's slightly bigger than we need, but we have extra bedrooms. We use it as an office or storage or just a simple guest room. And we do enjoy having friends and family stay with us, but we also enjoy hosting people from around the country and around the world. And my wife and I both use Airbnbs all over the country, all throughout Europe, and we've never had a problem. They've always been super nice. And as Mr. Lowry and others and I have pointed out before, they're typically nicer than their surrounding adjacent homes, because not only is the owner and the person living there putting pride in it, but it's also a side business. So they have to look nice to drum up business, which isn't the case for, not always the case for long-term rentals, which tend to have no interest in more regulation, which I'm not proposing more regulation. It's just these short-term rentals are getting all the focus, but I think there's this fundamental fear and a lack of understanding of how they work. And most of them have rules for no partings or events, limited number of guests. You have to follow all of the already established rules and ordinances of the city. So there really isn't a threat, and there really is no neighborhood degradation. This isn't hoteling your neighborhood. This is someone's home that they're just simply sharing because they have extra space and the ability to share. Another problem I had is that when you guys are proposing these rule changes, this never was brought forth. Like when we normally make changes to a property in town, you put up a sign or something like that. This is directly impacting the city and property owners and the tourism industry, but there has been little marketing for this vote, and there's been no signage or anything put out. And so I fully support short-term rentals. I think they're a good thing for the town. They're a good thing for property owners. And I don't see any difference in having a short-term rental versus someone that in your neighborhood that throws get-togethers or parties, pre-COVID. They're quiet, they follow the rules, and I think they improve the town. And like Mr. Lowry said, it gives you a nice supplemental income, and it's not like you're renting it out all the time. It's just occasionally throughout the year. And it's not always to football people. It's to visiting grad students, visiting professors, people here for seminars or, conferences, or just here to visit friends or family. It's all walks of life. And so I'll yield. I don't know if we're on time limit, but anyways, I just want to express my full support for short-term rentals everywhere in Auburn. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Shackelford.
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. Yes, my name's Kimberly Shackelford, and I live at 2200 West 2nd Street in Gulf Shores, Alabama. And I actually am a professor at Auburn. My primary residence is in Gulf Shores. Took this job after I'd already retired, from another job, and moved to Gulf Shores. But I come to Auburn pre-COVID. I would come to Auburn 3 days a week, and I'd drive up there and stay. And I don't want to stay in a hotel, and I really don't have the income to rent an entire apartment, full-time apartment, 6-month, year lease, that type of thing. There's no need. And I don't want the upkeep and everything that goes with that. So the short-term rental just works perfectly. And I know I'm not alone in this, and that there are a lot of professors that commute, and there are times that they need to stay a couple nights or 3 nights a week. Hotel just is not what we need. And I've done Airbnb all over the world also, and that's what I use. And I'm agreeing with everyone that's already spoken that there are rules, and you get reviews for if you're a bad tenant, that that people know not to rent to you. There's conditions that you have to follow, and I love getting to know the landlords. I mean, the people that and I feel safer, and I feel just better about staying at Airbnb than I would stay in a hotel. So I think if you did a needs assessment, like I'm a full-time, I'm fully employed in Auburn. I pay local taxes to Auburn. So I think there's visiting professors that stay for a year. They don't want to buy a place, and I'm sure the Airbnb serves them a lot too. But there's also the people coming in from Birmingham or Montgomery, or more than an hour and a half away, that drive in, that need it for 2 or 3 nights, and then maybe not even all the time. So I just want to say I'm fully in favor of keeping the short-term rentals, because I don't even know if I could continue to do that work without that possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia Jones.
Hi, I'm Virginia Jones, and I live at 757 Sherwood Drive in an NC zoned neighborhood. I purchased it with the sole intention of being able to be close to campus. I wanted to say that I appreciate the time and effort, the years of effort that have gone into coming up with this ordinance. I think it clearly reflects the time and energy spent by appointed committees, the City of Auburn professionals, the research they've done, and is responsive to the voice of the communities that are most impacted. I would like you to pass the ordinance as is, and I would encourage you to make no amendments that would allow for short-term rentals or homestays in NC zoned areas. I appreciate the conscientious hosts and the experience of Ms. Shackelford, and but in reality, you have been proven to be a minority when you consider, in my experience, in just the Sherwood area, the negative impact that short-term rentals have had with parking, with noise, with just excessive change. And these are family neighborhoods. That's been clearly established and discussed at great length at multiple public meetings and working sessions. If you look at the numbers that have responded, I'd be curious to know what the rest of the City Council has heard as far as the number of communications for it versus the numbers against it in NC zones. I know there are 500 plus petitioners in NC zones 5 and 6 that don't want short-term rentals. There are untold numbers of egregious behaviors by renters, regardless of what Airbnb rules are. And the enforcement is post behavior, not preemptive. So we suffer the consequences regardless of what the enforcement and fines and punishments are for not abiding by the rules. And I want to point out the unfair burden that's borne by these NC neighborhoods that are close into campus. We are the high demand neighborhoods, and we aren't protected and privileged to have homeowners associations like new developments and other residential neighborhoods in the Auburn community. And I expect my community to be able to be protected because we're hundreds. We're not just, 25, 30, or 130 hosts. We're hundreds of residential homeowners in NC zones who are going to be impacted by expanding short-term rentals or homestays into the NC zones. I've heard repeatedly concerns that you're restricting homeowner use of private property. Well, that doesn't really fly when you consider the amount of regulation that's already imposed on residential homeowners when it comes to the changing of their homes, as well as business zoning in residential areas. You consider also that the number of neighbors who can address the violations of parking, the issues that have arisen. And even with approval and enforcement, we're going to be bombarded now that you've opened the floodgates and people are no longer hesitant. I'd be curious to know exactly what the ratio of past and current short-term rentals have been if weighed against the number of homeowners impacted in these close-in neighborhoods to campus. And I'd really like to know what the data has shown in the number of pros and cons, yays or nays, to the City Council as a whole. But if you consider that those neighborhoods most impacted, like Ward 6, I know Councilman Parsons can speak to that specifically about the numbers. He's had 19 negatives and more than 500 don't change the ordinance as is written. So please, again, pass the ordinance as written and make no amendments to expand short-term rentals into NC zones. Thank you.
Okay, Larry Gerber.
Hello, this is Larry Gerber. I live at 550 South Gay Street, and I've actually lived here since 1984. And I also would like to urge the council to support the Planning Commission's recommendation for the changes to the city ordinances. And I think one of the problems in terms of some of the earlier discussion by the opponents of the resolution is the confusion between short-term rentals and homestays as they're defined in the what you're considering. The short-term rentals as they're defined don't require the owner, it doesn't require it to be owner occupied. So a lot of the problems that the last two speakers have referred to, I think can really arise when you don't have the owner on site. So I definitely think the whole idea of short-term rentals in the neighborhood conservation districts is a very bad idea. But even the homestays as they're defined in what's before you, the homestays, even if it's an owner occupied home, the owner doesn't have to be in the home for more than about 1/3 of the year, which means that many of the rentals can take place when the owner is not present. And I think that's the main problem I see in the short-term rentals or homestays that are in the ordinance, if they were to be allowed in neighborhood conservation districts. I think that I'm not so opposed to the notion of a private owner using Airbnb to rent a room 6 or 7 or 8 times a year while they're present. But the current definitions of both homestay and short-term rental do not require the homeowner to be present. And I think that would mean that I'd be very, very concerned about extending those possibilities to the neighborhood conservation districts. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Trip Skipper.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to this resolution. I live at 210 Virginia Avenue here in Auburn. 4 years ago, I purchased this property. For those who have driven down this street, you may recall this was a dilapidated property. I actually hired the same architect that Mr. Lowry hired and had Bazad redraw this house and invested over $200,000 to redo it. And part of my calculus was the same as his, that I thought I would live here full time with my 4 girls who are all in the public school system, but I would also take advantage of the chance that when I'm out of town to open it up for short-term rental. And I've had a great experience. I've had, first-class renters from all over the country, mainly those that would come in for an Auburn football game. In the last year, I have rented out my house for 19 nights. In the past 6 months, 7 nights. And so I think in the big picture, what I've done with my property and what others have done has in no way devalued the property on this street or in this district, but just the opposite has occurred. And the revenue the additional stream of revenue that I've received, I've been able to save. And now I've taken that money that I saved and have opened up or on the verge of opening up a business in downtown Auburn. I'll give a shameful plug for Mo Bay Beignet, a little beignet shop right on College Street next to Pita Pit. We're scheduled to open in about 2 weeks. That's been about $140,000 renovation to that spot. And the funds that I was able to make off short-term rentals, I've been able to pour into that investment opportunity. So I've paid taxes on this property. I've renovated this property. I've taken money from it and poured it into a business that's going to create about 20 to 25 jobs. So I feel like that I've demonstrated that I'm a good citizen of this community, and that's the fundamental right that I think we as property owners have. And so I think the question before you is whether or not you're going to listen to a vocal minority, or whether or not you're going to stand beside and behind the individual property rights that all of us as Americans should enjoy. So I appreciate your service. My life is spent in working with officials at the local, state, and federal level. And so I know what you go through, and I appreciate you giving me a chance to voice my thoughts. So thank you.
All right, Mr. Meager, Mark Meager.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Okay, good. I apologize for jumping the gun a little earlier in the meeting.
That's
My name is
okay.
Mark. My name is Mark Meager, and I live in Albany, Georgia. As I mentioned, my family has long ties to the Auburn community. My grandfather and grandfather were born and raised in this town, and I attended Dean Road Elementary and Auburn University. My sister and I, because of our ties to Auburn, jointly own a 2-bedroom home on Hazelwood Court, and where we reside sometimes, and when we have business interest in Auburn. But for most of the year, that house sits vacant but well maintained. Now a lot of these points, I'm going to skip over because they've already been covered. The game day rental market is a unique opportunity for people like my sister and I to recover our expenses for maintaining that second home. I stay there a couple of times a month. My sister comes from California, stays there a couple of times a year. We have absolutely no desire to create any disturbance or harm to any of our neighbors in that neighborhood. We don't rent to college students. We do not rent to anyone, but to families, typically other Auburn alumni who wish to visit their own children attending Auburn and have the same game day experience as if they were in their own home. I've listened to these arguments about game day rentals, and they talk like they're a majority. They're not the majority. The majority are the people who haven't said anything. They're apathetic. They're not pro or con. It doesn't make any difference to them. So you're talking about a few hundred people versus maybe 100, 150 people in the first place. Many of those same people making these arguments, they have no problem hosting guests in their homes during football season. The only difference is my sister and I and our guests are charged a fee for the use of our house. And that's the only difference. You have the same parking problems with people who have guests in their house that stay for free. I can accommodate eight guests, and I can accommodate 4 cars on my property, and not one car sits in the street, but I see cars parked all over the city of Auburn on game day. That's just one of the issues that Auburn has to deal with during football season. Another argument I've heard is it's going to lower property values, and I'll tell that to owners of condos in Panama City or Orange Beach, or $500,000 homes in Augusta, where you can rent your house for $10,000 for a week during Masters. I mean, I'm an appraiser, and it's income that determines value for a house. The more income, the more opportunity for income, the higher the value for the house. In my neighborhood on Hazelwood, there are at least 2 long-term rentals. There are 2 that I know of. My property is immaculately maintained. If it isn't, I won't get any customers. I won't get anybody staying there. Long-term rentals, they typically don't cut their grass. They typically don't trim their shrubbery. And they are the ones that blight the neighborhood, not my property. I've never had a complaint from anybody about my guests creating a noise problem. And yet, I have heard complaints about some of the other, longer-term rentals creating noise problems. So that's just, not exactly a legitimate argument in my opinion. I've heard the game day rental market will cause investors to speculate on residential houses as passive investments. As a real estate owner, I know I couldn't justify purchasing a house in Tuscaloosa for rent for just 5 or 6 weekends a year without some other reason for being there, such as having other property to look after. So that makes zero investment sense. But as an Auburn taxpayer who has business interests in Auburn in this market, the game day rental market fits my sister and my needs like a hand in glove. You talk about traffic. Once again, you're talking about game day. Auburn always has traffic problems and parking issues on game day. The rentals are not to students. They're not to people who throw loud parties. These are people just like you and me who want to enjoy Auburn football during a unique time of the year, and have a few friends over and barbecue and go to the game and then watch game on TV in a house, not in a hotel room. There's an easy solution to this problem, I think. I would recommend an application process for those wishing to rent their homes for short-term rentals. And Airbnb and VRBO both have, and other websites have the ability to collect a tax for said rentals. I think it would be perfectly fair for game day rentals to be taxed and to pay for any additional city services that occur because of Auburn football or graduations. So I urge you to consider registration and taxation solution rather than a residential restriction in areas that are not desirable for, in the areas where the market is. And that includes, most of the middle class and upper class neighborhoods of Auburn. That's where people want to stay. They don't want to stay over near the fraternity houses or in the student housing areas. They want to stay in a nice house. Thank you for your time.
Amanda McCory, or McCurry, I'm not sure, I can't read. I'm sorry, Amanda.
No worries.
Can
you hear me?
On? Yeah, we can hear you.
I would just like to ask for the council to allow short-term rentals.
Amanda, can you give us your address, please?
Oh yeah, 1048 Cornstalk Lane in Auburn. So as a homeowner, when I bought this home 3 years ago, I planned on renting my home as a supplemental income to pay my mortgage. Being that I live in my home throughout the year, I only rent my home 8 to 9 weekends a year. That means I'm going to vet everyone that comes into my home. I'm going to take care of my home, and I'm also going to make sure that anyone that comes into my home will respect it, and as well as the neighborhood. With 2020 and COVID, I didn't get any rentals last year, and that hurts your supplemental income if you expected that. So I just want to be short and ask that y'all still allow short-term rentals and allow me to still live in the Auburn community with this supplemental income. Thank you.
Martha Thomas. Ms. Thomas?
Okay, I got it unmuted.
Okay.
My name is Martha Thomas. I live at 226 Marion Circle in Auburn, Alabama. I have lived in my house for 46 years. When I moved into my neighborhood, it was neighborhood conservation. You could rent a room out to a person, but it was no more than 2 unrelated people. And these developers, these people that purchase houses in NC zoning, before they purchase a house, they need to look into the zoning. And before they start doing short-term rentals and this, they're violating the neighborhood conservation rule, which is no more than 2 unrelated people in NC zoning. Homestays will also violate it. So these people that are doing this are doing it illegally, and they never should have purchased these homes and started doing these short-term rentals and homestays, because there already is zoning that is on the books. So I am all for the city council passing the ordinance that has been looked at by the planning commission and approved by the planning council. And I don't want any changes. I think it needs to be, I think it's a good, fair ordinance. There are places in Auburn where people can do short-term rental and homestays, but neighborhood conservation needs to remain as neighborhood conservation. We need to protect our neighborhoods. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. It says William, but I'll call you Bill Caskey.
Good afternoon or good evening. Can you hear me now, Mayor?
Yes, sir, we can.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Mayor Anders for raising this, trying to bring to a conclusion this festering and contentious issue. I think the task force, they did a lot of heavy lifting of studying who does what, where, and which cities, and what's right and wrong, and what works and doesn't. And for the combined planning department and planning commission, they've been a little bit like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. The porridge was too hot or too cold, and finally just right. They developed an ordinance that was too restrictive. Then they did one that was too permissive. And now hopefully they've gotten one that's just right, and it's a good compromise. It aligns with zoning of 5 unrelated and 2 unrelated, and it maintains the protections for family neighborhoods that have, those protections have been in place since the mid-1980s. Zoning prohibits commercial activities in NC zones. So you can't put a dental office into a house and do what you want with it. You can't put a car facility or car repair facility in your garage and do what you want with it. You can't put a hair salon in your extra bedroom. You shouldn't be allowed to have a hotel. It's a commercial activity, plain and simple. So I ask that you please vote for the protection of the many, not the profits of the few. Please accept and adopt the Planning Commission recommendation passed on a 7-2 vote to protect the neighborhoods, not award profits to the few. I would also encourage you to not allow grandfathering, not allow a wind out. As a previous speaker said, these activities were not permitted in these zones. So they're operating illegally. It's disappointing that the council member for Ward 5 has an illegal Airbnb and can't represent his constituency. There have been hundreds of people that signed petitions asking you to adopt this resolution and not allow it in NC zones. There have been hundreds of emails expressing the same thing. So we're soundly opposed to anything other than what we have. So I thank you for that and appreciate the time tonight.
Okay. Connor Bailey.
Good evening. Connor Bailey, 323 Brookside Drive. I used to live on Payne Street when I moved to Auburn in 1985. I found that place very difficult to stay because zoning ordinances at the time, it was an NC zone, were not adequately enforced by the city. We had, I won't go into detail, we had lots of problems. So I'm very concerned, even though I understand that Mr. Mayor and Council that this was a previous administration. I would like to voice my concern about enforcement of anything that allows short-term rentals into neighborhood conservation. There are plenty of neighborhoods around the city where short-term rentals or homestays are viable. Neighborhood conservations are not included. I take strong exception to what Mr. Skipper said, that there was a vocal minority who were opposed to having homestays and short-term rentals in neighborhood conservation. That is absolutely not true. We are a large number of people. Not everybody is speaking here tonight, but we have made our own investments as well. I'm just finishing up a very major renovation on my house as well. But one of the issues that I think hasn't come up is that when we allow investors to come into neighborhoods, and I'm not speaking here of Mr. Lowry or Mr. Poole or even Mr. Skipper, necessarily the people who live in their places, and I'm not even speaking against Professor Shackelford, who I understand has got unique needs. But when we end up with multiple properties in neighborhoods that are only occupied on special occasions, games, graduations, and the like, we end up with holes in our neighborhood, homes that are vacant for much of the week. We don't have kids running up and down the street. We don't have the quality of the neighborhood. What we need to understand is the short-term rental, if allowed into neighborhood conservation zones, will undermine the whole question of a neighborhood, what it means to be a neighborhood full of families and kids. I very strongly urge you to adopt the resolution that's brought to you by the Planning Commission. Make no modification. Do not allow short-term rentals or homestays in neighborhood conservation zones. Thank you.
All right. Next is John Braswell.
Yeah, so good evening. So I live at 2250 Arlington Court in Ashton Lakes. And right off the bat, I'd just like to say that I've never rented my home in a short-term stay or any other kind of rental, nor do I ever plan to. So I've lived here in Auburn about 35 years and have enjoyed raising my family here. So my issue is not really anything other than fairness. So as some of you know, I served in the military for 23 years, and it's just a fundamental fairness issue to me as Americans and property rights for people to be able to do things like short-term rentals. And I think that the concerns are somewhat unfounded. One of the comments I heard was commercial activity in the home. So we all know that times are changing. And for the last year, I've pretty much conducted all of my commercial activity out of my house, as have thousands of others. They've got a home office. They conduct business every day out of their homes. So I think also that short-term rentals are probably more widespread than really anybody knows. And to restrict short-term rentals to just partial areas of the city, I think is patently unfair. And so I guess I had a question also. So if a short-term rental could be in one of these zones that cannot allow more than 2 unrelated people, what about a family? Would a family be allowed in one of these zones that don't allow unrelated people to rent their home? So I think that a lot of the fears are unfounded. That many of our neighbors, I don't really know that they are or not, because there's people parked in the street every day in my neighborhood. I don't complain about it. We just go around the cars. And I think it's more widespread than perhaps anybody realizes. So I think it's a fairness issue. I don't think that there should be, that many restrictions to short-term rentals. I think some of the fears are unfounded, and most of the rentals go unnoticed, frankly. And for that matter, I think you have your 3 strikes proposal. I think there was some good work done by this committee. So, if you're going to issue a license and there's 3 strikes, and somebody, they're parking in the street, they're having loud parties, there's already ordinances in the books for those things. So, you've already got some provisions in the proposals to I guess shut off the violators of these things. But I think that probably those are probably fewer and farther between than anybody thinks. And so I just wanted to say my piece. I'm not a short-term renter, nor do I plan on being a short-term renter, but I just think it's an issue of fairness. Thank you.
All right. Linda Kane Ruth.
Good evening. My name is Linda Ruth. I live at 320 Payne Street. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to sort of springboard from a thought that Mr. Gerber mentioned, and follow up the letter that I sent to each of you asking you that you allow owner-occupied homestays of primary residences within the NC zones, but with the added stipulation that the owner or a representative of the owner be in residence, literally staying on the property during the time of rental. These types of rentals are used for more than just monetary gain. They're used as a means to provide charity through reduced rent and for lengths of time not tied to traditional rental calendars. They're used to provide additional income that gives a bit of relief to young people and old people or older people like myself with the cost of home ownership, or may even be the boost that allows for home ownership. They can help people in their efforts to remain in their home and in their neighborhood when their household income takes a hit. That too is a form of neighborhood conservation. They can provide people like myself, a retired person, an enjoyable way to pay forward the hospitality that I and perhaps some of you have experienced from meeting local people and staying with them in their homes or on their property while traveling. So it seems as though how to enforce these regulations comes up with every scenario discussed. So proving primary residence seems rather easy enough to do when you apply for the homestay certificate. being on the property when the residence is rented is perhaps more challenging to enforce. But it's been my experience that within each of the 3 neighborhoods in Auburn that I've lived in, my neighbors and I share with each other when we will be gone, even for the weekend. Certainly we would know if the others were gone for nearly 6 months. And I know every neighborhood's different, but I venture to guess that this level of neighbor knowing neighbor is true of most of Auburn's neighborhoods. And violations of the owner present regulation would be blatantly obvious without neighbors turning into self-appointed detectives and attempting to discern if visitors are family, are they friends, are they paying guests, which could be what happens should homestays be completely disallowed in the NC zones. Certainly, difficulty of enforcement only becomes a problem when there's a problem. And for that, I would assume and want the 3 strikes rule, maybe even less, to apply to these types of homestays in the NC zones. Requiring the owner to be present eliminates problems that could occur when owners vacate their homes when renting or rent out their homes while they're out of town, leaving the permanent neighbors to deal with problems that might arise. This stipulation provides a means for those of us that are supportive of the objectives of NC zoning to be allowed the opportunity to provide this type of experience on our property while still contributing to and sustaining the greater intangible idea of neighborhood, which we all hope to preserve and can agree is the imperative. Again, the key stipulations that I would ask you to require should you allow homestays in NC zones are that it be an owner's primary residence and that the owner be in residence on the property during the time of rental. So in regard to this issue, I ask that you construct the homestay allowance so that the NC zoning can remain a blessing and does not become a burden. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Chip Townsend.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
We can.
All right. My name is Chip Townsend. I live at 516 South Gay Street. I hope you all received an email from me over the weekend, and I won't take the time to go through all of those points. Many of them have been touched on. I hope that you will pass the ordinance as presented. Should you modify it in any way, I strongly encourage you to not modify it in a way that allows any of this use, any of this commercial use in the NC zoning. It is the case that I believe this places our neighborhoods at risk, and I ask you not to risk our neighborhood. I want to spend a little time on one issue that really troubles me. We love the NC zoning. We love the fact that you can't have 5 unrelated people living in NC zoning. If you were to modify this and allow short-term rentals, I firmly believe that what you'll find is you have every weekend, in some cases, more than 5 unrelated or more than 2 unrelated people staying in houses, so that over the course of a year, you could have dozens or hundreds of people staying in a house that you won't allow 3 unrelated people to even own together and live in. I believe that zoning is good for our family neighborhoods and we need to keep it. And I believe that if you allow this in NC zoning, there will be a legal challenge to the NC zoning family definition, and we will lose that protection. And our NC area will look very much like the rest of the areas where this is allowed. And speaking of the areas where this is allowed, there are a lot of people on here who are passionate about being in the short-term rental businesses. They're talking about it. They love it. I'm glad they do. I encourage them. The Auburn real estate market is fantastic. If they have a house in NC zoning, they will have no trouble selling it. They can buy a house where this is legal. In some cases, they're going to think, but I don't want to be in that neighborhood. And to that, I would say exactly. I don't either. And I really do believe that they can find places to do this, but they're not the same kind of neighborhood character that our NC zoning gives to us. With that, I'll stop and I thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Okay, next is Carolyn Smith. Ms. Smith?
She's muted.
She's muted. Ms. Smith, you are currently muted. Okay, we'll
Okay,
move
all
ahead.
right.
You
Yeah,
got it? Okay.
yeah. I had to have my husband come in and help me. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for letting me speak.
Sure.
My name is Carolyn Smith. My husband and I own a lovely home at 420 Hare Avenue. And since we purchased it, we have fixed it up and improved its neighborhood appearance. And it's our second home. My daughter lives in Auburn, and she actually takes care of our home when we're not there. We're there 3 or 4 times a year, spending weeks at a time. And she's there quite a bit, keeping it, keeping it up. But I do rent it out on Airbnb and VRBO as about 30 or so days a year. And I have a consistent 5-star rating. I rent to lovely families that usually are two people related and children, or, they're all related most of the time. And they come to visit their Auburn students. They come for graduation. They're family related activities. They're wonderful folks. And they take good care of my home. My home is lovely and they respect it. And I ask them when they rent that they need to respect my neighbors. And I have ample parking in front, so they're not parking in the street. They're not making noise. They're not making nuisance. Of course, I think that it's obvious where I'm going is that I'm asking you to reconsider the NC the exclusion of the NC zone district in this short-term rental. And my reasons for that are that I don't feel that my guests or myself are in my home in any different capacity than my neighbors are in their homes. They have friends over, they have game day parties, they they come and go, I come and go. It's not, there's basically no difference whether it's, there's no extra noise or on-street parking or any of that. Property values is another thing that's been brought up. I have fixed my house up, and I'm certain that my property has increased the value of my neighborhood. At least it feels that way. And so where I'm going with this is I have lots of support from other people that have spoke before me. Times are changing. I think it's unfair to exclude the NC neighborhood. And I think that one way to do this is to rely on the 3 strikes, the nuisance regulations to regulate homestays and the rental, the STRs, and that way weed out non-compliant hosts. If they're not renting to folks that act neighborly and take good care of our homes, then they should be called out. And it seems to me that would be an excellent way to regulate this. Anyway, that's my that's where I'm coming from, and I encourage you to reconsider the exclusion of the NC zone district. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next is Renee McEldowney.
Yes, good evening. I want to go ahead and first of all thank all of you and the City Planning Commission, along with the task force that have spent countless hours and years working on this very sensitive issue. I would like to urge the council to go ahead and approve the proposed ordinance as it is written without amendments. I feel that there's going to be no perfect solution to this issue, And I feel that we shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think what we have before us is fair and it's balanced. It gives everybody something. There are zones that you can certainly engage in short-term rental activity and homestays, but nobody gets everything that I would say, what they want. It also recognizes that not everybody is the same. I happen to live in an NC zone, and I have for over 20 years.
Can you give us that address, please?
Protections and the restrictions that NC zones offer.
Ms. McAdowney, can you give us your address, please?
A number of arguments against the proposed ordinance. And I've heard these arguments over the years at various meetings that I've attended. There's always the property rights argument, and it does, it is a point of view that we should be able to do with our properties with what we like. The difficulty is we live in a city that already has zoning ordinances. And the fact of the matter is none of us can do with our properties as we wish. Everything has a zone and they have restrictions that we all have to abide by. Another argument that I often hear is that I've invested in my short-term rental, a homestay property. And while, investing by its very nature is always going to carry some type of risk. Nobody is guaranteed on a return of investment, on a personal investment. And no one is guaranteed a return on investing in a non-primary short-term rental or homestay in an area such as the NC zone, which they knew when they bought in this area was not zoned for this purpose. So this is not a matter of this is not like excluding short-term rentals or homestays from NC zones where they're currently allowed. They never have been allowed in NC zones. NC zones have never permitted that for a purpose. Another interesting argument that we often hear is that short-term rentals generate tax revenues, and they do. They do if they are, enforced and held into compliance. But they also incur extra costs to a city in terms of licensing, policing, enforcing SDR policies, etc. And the tax revenues that are brought in from SDRs don't always, depending on the city, cover the extra costs that cities incur. So what I'd like to do is encourage the city council to take a go slow approach, adopt the ordinance as it is written without amendments. Let's see how things work out. Let's work out the kinks. And definitely look at the costs and the benefits, especially in terms of city expenses and revenues. And I'm not sure what that time period normally is. I think public cost accountants might say that it's probably 3 to 5 years, to get enough data to really, have enough to really make a good decision on, rather than, rushing through something. Again, I feel like we've spent years on developing the ordinance that is before us, and I think it's fair and balanced. And in closing, again, I just want to thank everybody for working so hard on this issue. And Mayor, I don't know of any brand new mayor who would pick up such a sensitive issue right out of the box. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, Stacy Lipscomb.
I'm going to speak for Stacy because the two of us, I'm Lan, her husband, are sitting here together. We live at 551 Hurd Avenue and have been, I've owned this house since '99, and I've lived in Auburn since I was born. I've heard a lot of comments, and I just want to focus on one thing to address what we've perceived as the behavior of some of the people who are here in short-term rentals, usually during the football seasons. And the way I would liken it is, I get the sense that they come and they've paid a premium for where they're staying for this weekend. And for them, it's sort of like when you stay at a pricey hotel, you can throw the towel on the floor and you don't have to pick it up. You can leave, trash in the corner. You don't have to do anything about it. You can make a little bit of noise, and you really have to make a lot of noise to get the management to come down on you. And that's what we've been experiencing. There's music going on in the backyards. There's big screen television that you can watch the game from, 2 yards over. People with fireworks, and we've got dogs that go berserk and are frightened with fireworks. And then there's trash, and there's drunken and boorish behavior. And we've got a teenage girl who's been exposed to it. And those are the worst things, but we certainly see them. And I don't think a lot of these people who are opposing the ordinance as written really are that aware of what can be more than just the predictable problems of attic traffic and noise and trash and so on. There are all these other things, and that's what leaves us concerned. That's why we are supporting the ordinance as it's written. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Bruno Ulrich.
Hello, my name is Bruno Ulrich. I live at 1518 Stewart Circle.
Bruno, can you turn your volume down?
Is that down now?
No, it's not representation.
Is that better?
Is that better? Go ahead and give it a try.
I'm not really speaking for or against the ordinance at this time, although I was a member of the task force. What I'd like to do is speak more on the philosophical terms. Respectfully, I'm a little frustrated that from time to time, I hear the property rights advocates claim that they can or should be able to do whatever they want with their property as if they lived in a vacuum. The truth is that any person or family living next to another in the same zoning district has the same rights and obligations as the property rights advocates. Under the law of quiet enjoyment, the advocates, and in this case, I have the same rights to peace and quiet. Can you hear me?
Bruno, there's just a buzz with your microphone. I don't know if are you using a phone or a computer?
Computer.
Maybe back up a little bit
Okay.
from
Can you hear me better?
Not much. Since there's a lot of feedback or kind of a buzzing when you talk, and it makes it garbled to hear you. I don't know how else to describe it if everybody's hearing what we're hearing.
Is it better now? Is it better now?
A little bit,
but it's still difficult, Bruno.
Well.
There you go. That's good. Whatever you're doing now.
Well, I was saying that, whatever the property rights advocates think, that they do not live in a vacuum. The truth is that every person or family living next to another has the same rights as the property rights advocate. And I mentioned that under the law of quiet enjoyment, everyone has the same rights to peace and quiet. No more, no less. That you and I, for example, have the same right to a peaceful, restful night. No worries about dumping garbage on each other's yard. The same obligations not to block each other's driveways. And the obligation to ensure that unfettered access to emergency vehicles to each other's home. That's the law of quiet enjoyment. And Councilman, please, one of the fundamental obligations you have under the zoning ordinance is to ensure that we all have the right to use our property within those guidelines. In short, I think it's your responsibility to protect the health, safety, and welfare of all its citizens. Every decision you make must address that provision. In section 101, the intent of the zoning ordinance, for example, it clearly states that one of your responsibilities is to give every possible consideration to the public interest, individual property rights of all, and the net costs and benefits of your actions on both the individual and the community as a whole. No exceptions. So I urge you to follow the guidelines under the zoning ordinance. That's all I have.
What's your address, Bruno?
1518 Stewart Circle, Auburn.
Thank you.
I hope I was clear. You were able to understand me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, next would be William Neely. Mr. Neely?
Muted.
You're still muted.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
William Neely, 415 Hare, H-A-R-E Avenue in Auburn. I've been in the same house for 55 years, and I've seen the neighborhood change back and forth. It's a very pleasant place, and I've really enjoyed all the people who are here. There are three things I'd like to say. The first is to do with the people and their property rights arguments. The fact is that when you buy a piece of property in a city, there are some rules about what you can do. They're called zoning regulations. If you buy it with those zoning regulations, you agree to do it. And if you don't, if you want to do things outside those regulations, you can't do it. If you want to do it, you must do it. Go somewhere else. Go out in the country and buy enough land, you won't have any zoning regulations. But when you live next door to other people, you have to follow the rules. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is that I would like to clear up a misapprehension that it's not true that all these short-term rentals are run so nicely. I will not point a finger at the person who brought up all this, but on my street, Hare Avenue, there was a rental that was run so badly by a person from California who was not here to handle it, run so badly that eventually, because young men raced around in the front yard, shrieking obscenities and playing loud music at night, and this went on and on. The young family next door who'd been there for 15 years and had young daughters had to move. They said you just couldn't do that any longer. So they moved, and they're gone, and that's a shame. The issue did not go away. Later on, there was one of these family groups where a graduation party. And so the two sterling young men who just graduated went out in front of the house and painted the most obscene graffiti all over the sidewalk and all over the pavement. So police were called, and they sent the people out with a spray gun, and they washed the street down. But this kind of thing is not good. Now, you can't tell me that's improving quality of a neighborhood. Okay. The third thing is that I do believe that we should just pass the ordinance as it's written. A lot of very dedicated people have worked very hard on it and considered all the different stakeholders and come up with something that's equitable. Now, equitable is, there is one thing about this equity that has not been mentioned. I went to the trouble to determine exactly how much land in the city of Auburn is now zoned for short-term rentals. It is 6 square miles. 6 square miles. That's 10% of the city of Auburn, if you counted all the university, the streets, everything. So there's a lot of space you can go to short-term rentals. Look at that green map. If you look at the green map and look at that scale down at the bottom, there's about a 2 or 3 inch bar down there that covers 4 miles. And those green areas total out, I did the measurement, total out to 6 square miles. That's a lot of city blocks. So I do not think there's any justification for forcing these things into the neighborhood zones. The neighborhood zones should be left alone. There's plenty of space for these people to take their businesses. Thank you.
Okay. Linda Dean.
Actually, I'm turning the mic over to Carolyn Carr, who's happened to sign in under my name. So,
okay.
I apologize, but my computer is not working, and so I called them and asked if I might use their computer. Carolyn Carr, 342 Payne Street. I'm living in a home that's belonged to my family since 1953. And I'm president of the Payne Street, Pinedale, Hare Avenue neighborhood group. Some of the issues that we have had with short-term rentals have already been mentioned. Most obviously the noise and the parking. In some cases, the music has been so loud that in fact, in my own home, the floors shook, and I'm in a big old brick house. I've also had the fun of having a woman screaming bloody murder at 12:45 in the morning, so that I thought someone was being assaulted. And turned out she was only about 20 feet from my back bedroom window in the lot in the house next door, because we have rather narrow lots on a lot of Payne Street. So the noise issue, major problems that I got comments on from people throughout the neighborhood. Parking, again, no way to get all the cars off the street, especially on Payne Street, which has, as you know, is one of the narrowest streets in Auburn and is one way. So that we've often had people at these houses parking in front of the fire hydrants, parking in the Pinedale intersection. It has not been a good situation. And there's even also been problems on Hare Avenue with so many cars, even though that's a much wider street. Those issues have been talked about. The two that I would raise, well, Dr. Neely has actually touched on one already. The third issue I would bring up is just the incredible profanity and bad manners of many of the people that are that come in and use short-term rentals. Next door to my own house, I heard what I just charitably will call the world's most profane Frisbee game. If I'd had grandchildren in the yard, I would have had to take them inside. And as Dr. Neely has mentioned, we lost truly lovely neighbors on Hare Avenue who had beautifully updated and re-landscaped the Scarsbrook home. And they said they just simply couldn't tolerate people cursing at their children. And this issue of the spray painting, Dr. Neely has been actually rather polite. It was not just profanities spray painted on the street. Let us say there were illustrations of male genitalia included with the profanities. So we lost lovely neighbors who just frankly said, we can't take this anymore. And so I do have to back up Dr. Neely's remarks here, given that the owner of the home has said that they've had no complaints about it, and yet we've had to, call police about them. The fourth thing I would mention that no one has really brought up, but that 3 different young mothers mentioned to me in the last few weeks, and that's that as parents of young children, they really are concerned about STRs because of the transitory nature of people in and out, and they simply do not know who these people are. They feel very nervous about their children being out in the neighborhood with people around that, they have no idea who they are and what's going on. And they said it doesn't feel very neighborhood-like when houses like this are rented. I hope you will pass the ordinance as it's written and come back and work out the homestay issues, because we do have a number of people in our neighborhood that are open to, the idea of how to manage homestays, but the actual non-residential issue is the thing that we simply can't tolerate. As a 100-year-old member of our neighborhood said this past week, Carolyn Ann, what's happening in Auburn now? Don't people care about what happens in our neighborhoods? Then I have to tell you, she paused, and Boo said, but I have to believe they're good people. They do care. We'll get this issue taken care of. I ask you to do that very thing, take care of this issue and pass this ordinance.
At this time, we're going to take the council's pleasure. We'll take a 5-minute break. I know that we've got a couple of other attendees who'd like to speak. Ms. Susan Bolt and George McAdowney, if y'all would just hang with us, but we'll take a 5-minute break and come back at 9:20. Okay, 9:20. Thank y'all. We're gonna go without everybody's picture up there. Okay.
You can just say your way.
Okay, thank everybody for that break, and we'll turn it back to Miss Susan Bolt.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, I've spoken to y'all before and y'all have gotten some correspondence from me before. So I'm not going to rehash some of the points that I've already expressed to y'all in the past, but of course I am for y'all allowing short-term rentals everywhere. Our world is changing and we've got to adapt. Short-term rentals haven't always been here. We've got that's changed. The family composition in our neighborhoods has changed. That's another aspect that has changed. Short-term rentals are a market solution to a void in the market. It was void. There was nothing that solved this need. And so this is the people coming up with a solution, and we don't need to overregulate and try to solve something that the market is already taking care of. Also, it appears that the proposed regulations are not consistent between short-term rental and long-term rentals. It appears that the short-term rentals are being targeted with extra regulations, and I don't quite understand how that's jiving. Both involve commerce, but short-term rentals don't have retail traffic like people are talking about, and it is not a hotel. Also, short-term rentals are a like use of the property. So it's just as if somebody is living in the property. The Texas Supreme Court has already litigated this matter, and that they have decided that it is a like use activity. It was found to be a property right issue, and it was allowed in all neighborhoods, even those that had homeowners associations. So I'm asking y'all to take careful consideration and allow short-term rentals everywhere. Thank you.
Susan, what's your address, please?
1188 East University Drive.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. George McEldowney.
Yes, get promoted because he is an old client.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe he should be back in just a second.
All right. Do we have anybody else? Maybe attendees?
There it is.
Hold on just a second. We're working to get him.
See if that wants to speak.
Yeah, hold on a minute.
Looks like he doesn't have an audio device.
Mr. McEldowney, you may not have an audio device or an older version of Zoom. We've tried to promote you to a panelist to listen to you, but we're not showing a microphone. I don't know. It's hard for you to communicate to us, and we have messaging turned off. Greg, do you have any further suggestions?
No, it's just maybe if you want to try to rejoin the meeting, see if perhaps you could rejoin the audio feed that way.
We can come back to Mr. McEldowney.
We can come back.
Give him a chance to go out and come back in.
Okay.
So hold on just a minute and we will.
So you want to go ahead and go
Yeah.
to, all right. Tim and/or Kay McDonough.
Oh, they took their hand down.
Will they put their hand down? Okay. Margaret Wright.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
I'm probably the oldest person who has spoken here. I've lived in Auburn for about 50 years. And what I'm hearing is that I'm the one that's supposed to do the enforcing and calling the police when people have parties and do obscene things. Is that right? Am I supposed to be the enforcer?
That's right. I think all of us that witness things and that are offended or not allowed to enjoy our families in our homes because of nuisances going on around us, it is up to us many times to call the police and let them know that that kind of conduct is going on.
Well, if we do what the Planning Commission recommends, these problems we won't have so many of them. And I signed a petition, as did my husband, asking that you vote for what the Planning Commission recommended. And I've heard that hundreds of people did. Is that correct?
I do not know the exact number, but yes, I think it's fair to say hundreds did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I just really want to encourage you. I mean, Steve Dixon can't vote for me because he was renting. All of these people that have talked that have been doing something illegal, all of them that are asking you to allow them to continue to do it, did it knowing it was illegal. That really bothers me. So please, I don't have anybody to vote for my ward now. And so please consider the people who live here and have, invested so much already. It's very frustrating to us. And I hope that, it's not a matter of doing what you want to do for your friend. It's a matter of doing what's right. And I thank you so much for all of the hard work you put in. I know nobody's ever grateful enough to you who serve on the council. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Wright.
We get the McDonald's now, Tim and Kay McDonald.
Okay. Do it.
Tim and Kay McDonald.
Yeah. All right. Coach and Ms. McDonough, not sure which one of y'all might speak, but y'all's name, both of your names are on the chart. They're muted, but I don't see them up there.
They've got to speak to.
Do what?
They're unmuted.
Yeah. Coach McDonough, can you hear me? Okay. We're not picking y'all up. If y'all want to try again. George, did Mr. McEldowney try again?
We're going to try to allow Mr. McEldowney again, just in case. Showing any device.
Okay.
Just the camera.
Okay. Mr. McEldowney, we're still having trouble connecting with you. I'm sorry.
We've got two other people with their hands raised, so we'll go back to that.
Keep trying. All right. We'll go back up top.
Oh, Renee, maybe he's coming through, Renee.
All right,
let's try that.
Let's call Renee. All right, Renee.
Which may be George.
Is that George?
You there?
Renee McEldowney? No. Okay.
Hold on, just give him one more time.
All right, one more time. We'll try the McDonoughs one more time.
They've got a microphone now.
Okay.
Well, did you?
Y'all need to unmute your microphone, Coach.
Got your hand.
Got your hand. Now the microphone. Okay. All right, we'll go to McEldowney's. You want to go to the McEldowney's? Let's try the McEldowney's.
Back to Renee McEldowney.
Renee, can you hear us? Renee or George McEldowney, can you hear us?
You just unmuted again. So we think you can talk now.
Okay. Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the public hearing? Okay. McDonough's and McEldowney's we're unable to connect with you. I'm certainly sorry for that. I know that you would have something valuable to say to us, but we're having difficulty connecting tonight. Okay. Should I go ahead and close the public hearing?
Sure, Tom.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing now.
What? We're gonna try the McDonald's one more time, see if it's gonna work. You gotta unmute. Okay, I got John Braswell. He's already spoken.
He's already spoken.
Yeah,
Okay, we're gonna close the public hearing. I mean, I don't know what else to do.
okay.
Okay, we're closing the public hearing, and I apologize if you wanted to speak, but evidently we're having some technological difficulties here tonight. Okay, thank you everybody for the time you took to speak to us tonight. I appreciate everybody being passionate about what you had to speak about, but there wasn't a lot of repeat conversation there, and everybody did a great job, and I appreciate it. Okay, at this point in time, we'll move ahead, and do I have a move for approval?
Approval.
Was that a yes?
Bob Parsons, I believe, moved for approval. Is that correct, Councilman Parsons?
That's correct. Move for approval.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
I move to
Discussion?
amend.
Okay, we have a move to amend.
Yes, and if you can indulge me, because it's 4 main points, but it's kind of lengthy, and I've actually spoken to the city manager in great lengths about this, and so she actually has a copy of the ordinances, copy of the ordinance with it amended as I plan to propose. The first being striking up. Megan, do you want to?
Councilperson Winton, are you okay with us sharing what you asked me?
Yes, please, if you would.
So we have a Word document. She met with me this afternoon, requested changes in writing, and we've got a Word document that the council can see on the screen. So you're not gonna be able to see each other unless you're really good at split screen. But Greg, do you want me to control from here?
Yes, please.
So hold on just a minute and get the mouse so I can help. Okay. Please proceed. Are they seeing the participants thing or not? No. Okay. Go ahead.
Sure, there's a big gray block.
You're seeing a big block on the document.
But, okay, hold on just a second. Now?
You're good.
Okay.
So the first point is the strike through occupancy transient. That was recommended by Planning Commission to strike. The second is, if you move down further, would be what would now become section C, to strike 3 strikes or 3 substantiated complaints to 2. So that would be more restrictive to 2 substantial complaints. Then adding a category of D, which would state that short-term non-primary rentals may only be used for lodging. Private and or commercial events and activities are prohibited. Only the registered contracted short-term non-primary rental guests may utilize a short-term non-primary rental. This would be also, we'll get to this further, but basically that's stating to, anyway, we'll discuss it after I make the amendments. And then section 10A, allowing homestays may be established as a home occupation business in the following zones, adding in LDD, NC, DDH, and LLRD, and essentially making it citywide with the exclusion of, I think, industrial and South College commercial corridor. And then striking B as recommended by Planning Commission. C becomes B, and striking 120 days, making it more restrictive to 90 days licensing per year when the owner is not present. E becomes D, as recommended by the Planning Commission, home occupation for a homestay That was language by the Planning Commission. E, striking through and stating not 3, but 2 or more substantiated complaints, as well as striking through the language of zoning certificate as recommended by the Planning Commission, as well as the last portion of that segment of E, home occupation for a homestay, changing that from certificate as recommended by the Planning Commission, and then adding F for homestays may only be used for lodging. Private and or commercial events and activities are prohibited. Only the registered contracted homestay guests may be utilized the homestay. To recap those amendments, the 4 main points would be to make homestays citywide with the caveat of 2 strikes, not 3, reduction of the number of days that requires a homeowner to be present from 120 to 90, and adding the caveat that commercial and special events are prohibited and only lodging, i.e. sleeping and eating, are allowed in a homestay. And the rest as presented by the Planning Commission and the recommendations by the Planning Commission.
All right.
You want to stop sharing?
Yeah. Okay. So Megan, I want to make sure we proceed the right way. We have a motion to amend. She has presented those amendments. At this time, do we need a second to amend?
You do need a second. You would have a second to basically have then discussion about the amendments.
Okay. Do I have a
But
second?
there's no second, there would be discussion.
Okay. Okay. We've got a second for amendments.
I'm sorry, what? Somebody was saying.
All or nothing, or are we going to consider this as separate amendments?
It was presented as all. I guess that's the council's pleasure to look at these individually, but I believe Ms. Whitten presented these as all, correct, Ms. Whitten?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
It's been seconded. You do have the right in Robert's rules to then turn around and move to amend the amendment, which, you know, gets nice and complicated as this document isn't sitting before you. I can switch screen back to share. But had we been in council chambers, we could have handed this to you, but it's challenging technically on Zoom at the moment.
So right now we have a motion and a second on the amendment. And so now it's time for discussion, correct, Ms. Crouch?
Absolutely.
Okay. So discussion from the council, and we're discussing the amendments, correct?
Correct. The amendment's not the main motion, not the rest of it. So we can put that back up if it's easier for you guys to see it. Is that your preference?
Please.
This is also time to amend the amendment.
Correct. That's in order as well. And we would go from there. So I'm going to do my best. I've got extra staff people ready to track potential amendments. So however you wish to do it.
Procedurally, does every proposed amendment to the amendment require a majority vote?
Correct. Once you get to the voting piece.
And procedurally, you can call the question at any point on the current proposed amendments?
Procedurally, I will double check, but I think you can call a question, but I don't know that you can call a question with no discussion.
Okay.
Other than if a majority agrees that they've had enough discussion. So, but I do have the city attorneys are available tonight. They usually are not, but there's a lot of moving parts with this. The proposed amendments, should you choose to proceed with them, will cause us eventually to need to postpone the ordinance for the evening because those are substantial enough amendments. We did not advertise to the public. If you choose to proceed with the amendments and a majority vote says you're going to proceed with them, then we'll have to end up pausing by postponing to a date certain, not earlier really, or maybe one day earlier than the second council meeting in March because of proposed amendments. But that depends on what you do with those amendments.
Okay. So at this point in time, is the time for discussion? Questions?
Well, I have a question.
Sure.
Okay. I just want to be clear as to what we are doing here.
Absolutely.
Okay. So we're not actually voting on the amendment. We're voting on this on to amend the amendment. Is that what we're doing?
No, right now we're voting on the amendments that Ms. Witten offered. That's currently what we're discussing and what we would move forward with a vote on if this discussion ends that way without another amendment being offered.
Okay, so we voting on what Beth just proposed.
That's exactly right. And currently, Ms. Taylor, we're in a discussion, question and answer period on that.
Okay.
And council discussion and deliberation is absolutely allowed. That's what discussion is for.
Yep.
Based on the amendments themselves.
Okay. All right. Discussion?
I have an overarching question question that really goes to the heart of the amendment. There's been a lot of talk or questions about legality and unrelated zones. Megan, did we get a legal opinion as to that question, as to a homestay or a short-term rental would violate the unrelated occupancy requirement in certain zones?
Several of you asked questions about it, and we talked about enforceability right now without an ordinance in place. I will have Mr. Davidson, the city attorney, is available, and he can speak to that. The short answer right now is unrelated occupancy. If you adopt an ordinance, depending on which form you adopt, the unrelated occupancy clauses will have nothing to do with short-term rentals other than to define geographic areas for homestays and short-term non-primary rentals, but would not be invoked otherwise. But I would like Rick to go ahead and give you an overview from the legal side, and Stephen Clay is also with Rick.
Yes, Megan, the requirement that there be a residence or people residing at a location per zoning is not impacted one way or the other by a homestay, because there's no ability to prove that someone has set up residence or is domiciled in a particular zone for zoning purposes. So currently, homestay or non-primary, however you define it, are independent and separate from what our zoning regulations permit and or prohibit.
Brad, did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just
Okay.
that turning on the residency, that there has to be, to violate the unrelated occupancy, there has to be proof of residency.
Yes, that's correct, Brett. I think I was muted. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Where do you start? It's very fascinating to me that being tasked and having the distinct privilege of being on the short-term rental task force appointed by the mayor, delivering recommendations to the planning department, who translated those recommendations into policy for the planning commission, who supported the recommendations of the task force at a vote of 7-2, compounded with 369 signatures from residents in NC, plus another 160, I believe, direct emails asking us to support the recommendations by our residents, totaling 510 comments from our residents versus 20 in opposition to the regulations, which totals 96% of our residents supporting the regulations along with the Planning Commission and the Planning Department. The first that we are hearing of it now is a very substantial amendment, not only written out without any warning to any of us, and well, unless I'm the lone person who's hearing this for the first time, there's certainly a number of you already set up to conduct this business. I don't even know where to start with the questions. For example, I can see Beth Witten smiling gloriously here. From where do you get this? Do you get the basis to supply us with this? I would like to know that.
Well, first of all, this is my right as a council member to make an amendment based off of the conversations I've had with my constituents. And based off of your math, Bob, your numbers are less than 1% of our population in this city. So to me, less than 1% doesn't move the needle. But my recommendations are about equality in the ordinance. 3 of my recommendations, 2 strikes versus 3, less number of days, 120 to 90, and adding a caveat for a commercial and special events component, which is one of the reasons we hear people saying they don't like to have large events happening in their residential areas, are all more restrictive than the current ordinance as presented. The one piece that I've recommended, which would make homestays citywide, does not negate the short-term non-primary piece, which would prohibit investment rentals in the NC neighborhood. So that piece still stays the same. And if you're telling me that people who own their properties and that's their primary residence are not allowed to have people over their homes and enjoy the benefits of some income from that, when they also have to answer to their neighbors, they're invested in our neighborhoods, they are paying taxes, and they are bound by our other ordinances, i.e. a nuisance law, and the recommendation of 2 strikes versus 3, I mean, that to me is a lot more equitable than saying, I'm sorry, your neighborhood is more important because you have the family definition than someone else's neighborhood.
If you're speaking about numbers directly and dismissing 500 people in our city, may I remind you that 260 people voted for you back in your first and only election. 260 makes less than 1% of our population as well. It's stunning to me that you can assume that we are going to open the doors to short-term rental homestays without any caution. I believe if you had been in any of the short-term rental meetings, the public meetings where former planning director Forrest Cotton mentioned that he counseled everybody in the room that we should move very cautiously with this. I will paraphrase him. He said that we need to not open the barn doors to all opportunity here, because closing the barn doors once they're open is very difficult. And that has been a running theme throughout all of our deliberations here. And we crafted a cautious policy, a cautious recommendations, staying faithful to the zoning ordinances as they are written. Neighborhood conservation doesn't say neighborhood incremental commercialization. It says neighborhood conservation. We've been faithful to those before us who've written very sound documents in our zoning ordinance. And the idea that you're talking to a specific set of constituents that nobody else is, when I am one of the members of the short-term rental task force, I have been open to all conversations, and I'm not hearing the conversations that you're hearing. I'm hearing,
Thankfully you're not,
4% of those 4% out of the 100.
This is not about you and me. This is about what's presented.
No, it's not. It's about the voting public.
Exactly. And I would recommend that we keep this conversation to what's in front of us and not our personal feelings
in front of
about
us.
each other. No, you're not.
Mayor, if I may.
Sure, Tommy.
Let's back up. I don't see the need to get everybody getting so upset. I think I can see what's been proposed and what's proposed. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not as quick as I used to be. But what I'm getting from what I just heard is Beth is proposing an amendment to make it homestays okay citywide. Is that part right there?
Minus the industrial zone and the South College commercial or corridor district. Those are the only 2 zones that would not be included. And that's because residential uses don't typically happen in either of those.
Okay, and that being said, the next thing she's proposing in these amendments is 2 strikes and you're revoked for the year instead of 3, like it is from the planning commission.
And Tommy, I think that's, Megan, correct me, that's the rest of that year and the year afterwards, right?
Correct. So it's the current licensing year that somebody's in, and it would be the following year as well. So this depends on when that violation occurs, but at least a year could be much longer.
And you got to live in the homestay yourself for 90 days instead of 120 days.
You've got to be there. You can only be absent 90 days and have renters in the house without you present. It reads strangely because it's an ordinance.
So that's absent. You got to be you
got to be there the rest of the time if renters are there.
So you can only be absent 90 days.
Correct.
Correct.
All right, and then there's no commercial or special events, which would mean like you can't have a wedding or you can't have a big rigmarole over there and some kind of commercial event. Such as a wedding or something like that. Is that correct?
Correct. Corporate parties, those types of things would be prohibited.
And then if I heard you right, Megan, all we got to do now is decide if we want to support these amendments or not. And then if for instance, these amendments pass tonight, we can't vote on it tonight because we got to wait till the next month to get it advertised and all such as that, to make a decision on it.
If you make a substantive change, the ordinance as advertised did not advertise something substantial such as homestays being allowed in all zones in the city except for 2. So the public would be noticed, and by legal advertising, somebody spoke earlier to the public not being noticed. This has been advertised for weeks prior to the planning commission and multiple times prior to city council. But a public hearing would also have to be held again. You'd actually have to re-advertise based on the amendments if you proceed with them, and depends on what amendments you proceed with. And then we'd have to have another public hearing. It would likely be, depending on what you decide, the March 16th city council meeting.
And
can't do it sooner.
If these amendments were put on the ordinance as is, you could actually vote for one of these amendments or this amendment to be done and still vote for the way the planning commission returned it to us. Am I correct?
No, once you vote for the amendments, it's the ordinance as amended. So in essence, it takes the place of the previous ordinance. Whatever changes you make, you would be considering at a future meeting the new ordinance before you or the modified one.
Okay, this is where I can understand it. If I'm for the ordinance the way the planning commission returned it to us, then I would want to vote against this amendments.
That's correct. You would vote no on the amendments.
So really all we got to do now is decide if we want to vote for these, have a vote tonight on these amendments and see if the thing gets amended or not. And those of us that want to stick with it can vote to keep it like it is.
Correct. And we can clarify that when you get to the voting.
Okay, moving maybe real quickly. As far as the ordinance back from the planning commission, I'm supporting passing it like it is. And I'll say that to say this. Well, I heard a lot of people speak very eloquently for it tonight, and I can certainly understand where they're coming from, the ones that are against it, I should say. I can understand where they're coming from. They own a house, they're getting extra money, and that's I like that because it's property rights deal and all that. But at the same time, I heard some long-time residents of Auburn and some other people who have who think we should approve the ordinance like it is because neighborhood conservation is eliminated from the possibility of having homestays. And I want to say this, I think we should pay attention to some of our elderly residents that are having problems with this in the NC neighborhoods. And because I think sometimes we forget what they've done for Auburn and why Auburn's where it's at because of some of our elderly residents in these neighborhoods. That being said, I can support the ordinance, and I'm supporting it because I gave my word to some people that I would support it, and I'm going to stick to it. So I can support the ordinance like it's been returned from the planning commission. I would be in favor of that tonight. And if it don't work out, we can always go back and change it at a later time. But I certainly support Ms. Whitten's right to introduce these amendments, and let's make it, and the majority wins. However this thing comes out. If the votes are there to pass these amendments, then fine. If they're not, then the majority would go with the way it's returned from the planning commission. Is that basically what we're doing here, Megan?
That's correct. And remember that majority is still 5. Councilman Dixon is not involved in this, but it will take 5 to do anything.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Tommy. Anyone else with a question?
I'd like to return to the 500 numbers.
Hold on just a second. Bob, Connie, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say, and I at first I was a little confused as to what we were doing. So I don't want nobody to know that that was the secret, but I was explained as to what it is, and I understand it more. So I also have had numerous phone calls about this ordinance, and I heard both sides, and I sort of sympathized with both sides of it. So, actually, the way I'm feeling right now, just listening at the conversations and stuff, I think it, and best, we don't hardly agree with anything, but I honestly think that the amendments would, it's a compromise, really, because what you've done is compromise both situations, to tell the truth. And I know I've lived in Auburn for a long time, and all my life, and people have been doing this, I guess, and nobody never call it a name or anything, but I think it's been something that's been going on, but I guess the disturbance part on it. But I just think to put some strict rules into the ordinance, stricter rules into the ordinance, I think that's favorable when you're looking at it, because, and I understand Bob's point, because he was on the task force. But I think with all of us, and I could be wrong, but with all of us, I think all of us at that time got concerned. I mean, I got emails, I got like hundreds and hundreds of emails, phone calls, and just heard both sides of the story. So, just to be able to just come in and amend it to, I know everybody's not gonna be satisfied, but it ain't like we taking it away, the amendment that the planning commission proposed, just making some adjustments. So to me, that's looking at it both ways. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Con. Bob, I believe you were speaking about the same time Ms. Taylor was.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to return to the 500 signatures and emails, 512 in my tally, to dismiss the public in the manner that it doesn't move the needle is beyond the pale. Mm-hmm. Everybody knows, anybody who follows city matters know that the voting public in this town is around 10%. I have a seat on city council thanks to 430 people. That's not a lot of our population voting. And it's the same for all of the members here. We gain our seats from the attention of the minority of people in Auburn. Those are the ones that are paying attention tonight. And that's a significant amount of people, and it's not to be dismissed. And may I also add, the public got behind the Planning Commission's 7-2 vote and supported it and showed their support in a matter of days. So the 500 signatures and the total of emails and signatures, over 500 of them happened in less than 10 days. What number will be satisfying to this council that will turn the needle? That is 10 days of work. And I guarantee you, there are thousands more. The people who worked hard to get those signatures were constrained by time. And I can tell you right now, there'll be a lot more resistance to this.
Mayor, if I may.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. Yes, Chief.
Bob, I don't think anybody's discounting what you're saying, but I do think Beth has a right to, as a council person, to introduce the amendments. And I understand where you're coming from. I saw the same signatures, and I'm supporting the Planning Commission's version of it. But I think you're off base to pretend that Ms. Whitten does not have the right to her opinion, and she's trying to come up with some helpful solutions to this deal tonight. And I think whoever it be, I think she has the right to do that, and I support her right to do it. And we don't know yet how it's going to come out.
Yes, Chief, I agree. Yes, Chief, I agree with you. She does have the right, that she is within her rights, no doubt about it.
You muted. Bob, you muted yourself.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yes, Chief, she does have the right, and it is her prerogative to do so. However, I'm not satisfied with her answer to my question as to how she's come up with these amendments. She didn't consult me. She didn't come to the task force. She didn't give me.
Yes, I
notice
did.
about
I
this
didn't
at all.
consult you, but I did go to the meetings. I went to a majority of them.
It would have been nice to have the courtesy to at least know what you're planning and from where you're basing the amendments from. I just don't see a basis to change from, given all that has transpired in the research of this these proposed ordinances. We've gone back and forth from permissive to restrictive and back to more permissive, and I feel like I'm totally, this has been a very all-consuming type of activity for me. I took the job seriously, and I hope you can acknowledge my shock at the changes without even a heads up.
Well, I mean, first of all, the changes come from multiple conversations, and you were one person on the task force, not the only person on the task force. And even many residents who spoke this evening said that they didn't have concern or issue with homestays in their neighborhood. Happens to be NC neighborhoods. The problem was the investment owned pieces, which I'm not advocating to change that piece. I believe that piece of the ordinance is sound and should remain the same as presented by the Planning Commission. The equity comes in where we are stating that the unrelated occupancy family definition is the limiting factor here, and I disagree with that, and so do many of my constituents. And so, I mean, to me, the 2 strikes, the limited number of days, and adding the commercial aspect, which was not addressed by the task force, ironically, that is a huge component of what the complaints have been, and the fact that we have a nuisance ordinance on the books already that many residents can utilize as a tool now and in the past and in the future. So
but where are your constituents? Here are my constituents.
Let her finish.
Here are my constituents.
Bob, let her finish, please. Let her finish.
518
Bob,
of
let her
them.
finish, please.
Where are they?
Bob, please let her finish. Go ahead, Ms. Whitten.
Well, Bob, this is not a popularity contest, and this is not about how many signatures you have on a piece of page versus the conversations and the countless hours that I have spent speaking to people and answering emails and returning phone calls, many of who live in your ward. But many who live in my ward. Yeah, many who live in your ward. So anyway, I mean, if we're going to continue this back and forth banner, I would request that someone call the question.
Well, hang on, Brett.
Go ahead, Jay.
I don't speak often. And Bob, I don't discount your passion and your dedication to the task force and the time that you put in. I haven't seen these amendments before. We all did, for the record, and just is speaking of equity. But I wasn't prepared. So just as another voice here, I suppose, I wasn't prepared to support it as presented, whether anybody had 500 votes on a petition or not. I spent more than a decade in property management in and around these neighborhoods we're talking about. And whether we're talking about Hare, Sherwood, Payne, it comes down pretty simple. I'm a simple guy, and I'm not going to get into how many days and which side of the shaded street, the house lies on. These neighborhoods we're talking about, and I wrote down Hare, Sherwood, Payne tonight. Half of them are rentals now. I've personally signed leases on half of, and I'm all right. I don't need on many houses on these streets. So it's not a new situation to not know your neighbor. And I don't see how you can tell someone at 123 Payne Street they can rent it out for 6 months, 9 months, a year. How is that different than a short-term rental on the basis of not knowing your neighbor, or it's a commercial enterprise? There are already commercial enterprises with a year-long lease. And, these in-town neighborhoods, how many of these people that have called in complaining about not wanting to change the integrity of their neighborhood rented a garage apartment from their economics professor in 1947? This is just a new version of our individual rental rights and rental practice for these in-town neighborhoods. We're not going to like it. My neighbor, I don't like everything my neighbor does, but we do have mechanisms in place to complain about our neighbors that have a noise complaint or parking on the streets. And I just don't see how, a short-term rental in some of these situations is any different than a 6-month rental. And so I do appreciate a compromise and at least getting something on the books to regulate short-term rentals in general. And so, I don't, we can go back and forth and start yang back and forth, but I would, if this wasn't proposed, then I might have done something similar just to allow these homestays. Again, we're not talking about an investment property. We're talking about, a property that someone lives in and not one that someone in Birmingham or Atlanta buys and never intends to rent. So, there is a compromise somewhere in here.
Anyone else like to say anything?
I just wanted to.
Sure. Hold on.
Go
ahead, Brett. Go ahead, Brett.
I just wanted to provide a little bit of a polite counterpoint to the petition number. We do know from research that we've got about 250 homes that are doing short-term rentals currently. 250, right around that range. So if you average that out, if 2 people do a home, I'm assuming folks that do short-term rentals now aren't against short-term rentals. So there is a contingency in the city that has a desire to have their voice heard as well. So, I understand the passion of I was on the task force. I've heard both positions and points on this. I'm like Jay, I agree. I have concerns about the fact that we're somewhat treating neighborhoods with similar characteristics unequal. That's been in conversations this evening, whereas residents said, well, my neighborhood doesn't need this, and it's because it's bad, trash, traffic, and whatnot. But then if you look at my ward, it's fine. It's okay. Those are neighborhoods that are okay to do this. All that bad stuff can go in that neighborhood. So it's hard for me to kind of have both of those ideas in my head. And that's just it. There is a contingency of folks who are wanting to do this, and it's not. If you take 2 seconds to know the real estate market, we're not talking about outside investors buying up property in neighborhood conservation areas. That wouldn't be it's not lucrative anyway for short-term rental. You're not going to have a block of people doing it. It doesn't make sense to do that. most of the folks I've talked to are the folks who have an extra room, that want the opportunity to have extra income. I mean, there is a reasonable compromise here. It's a very passionate subject, but there is a compromise where we can provide something as a city that doesn't just say we're going to throw everything away, but we can make a better day and provide a good opportunity for all our citizens. And that's my opinion on the matter.
Brett. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I heard someone say that they thought that this proposal from Councilwoman Witten was a compromise. I think it's anything but a compromise. I think it's a complete slap in the face to the majority of people who have expressed their opinion on the issue. The hundreds and hundreds of emails that we've received over the last few days, most of them didn't go into specific detail. They simply said, no short-term rentals and neighborhood conservation zones. That was the gist of most of it. And, most of the folks in my neighborhood are not fortunate enough to have a homeowner association backing them up where you can have some alternative ways to keep these things out of your neighborhood. That's nice to have if you're in that situation. The two folks or some of the folks that voted against it at the Planning Commission, they represent the Tourism Bureau or the Chamber or something like that. Well, they're not representing the average citizen that's living day to day in a neighborhood conservation district. They purchased those homes, they've improved those homes, and kudos to the folks that are renting them and have improved those properties. That's great. But you don't buy into a neighborhood conservation district with the expectation that you're going to have commercial or quasi-commercial activities going on next door, or a rotating set of residents right next door to your property. This proposed amendment, you might as well just throw out 2 years or 3 years worth of work, because the gist of this is citywide short-term rentals. That's the gist of it. The other stuff is window dressing, and whether it's 2 strikes or 3 strikes, I don't, it doesn't matter to me. But if we allow this to go on citywide as Councilwoman Witten's proposal or amendment, then frankly, we just turn our back on the citizens of Auburn, the majority of the citizens of Auburn. That's my opinion.
Anyone else?
Mayor, if I may.
Sure, Tom.
I've spoken a couple times tonight, but I just can't let this go without saying something. I think the way Ms. Witten's been treated because of what she believes in is totally unacceptable. And this is a very poor way for a council person to behave and shout at Ms. Witten like I was doing. Now, I just can't allow that to go on. I'm opposed to that. I don't think it's right. Now, I don't always agree with what Ms. Witten says and does. And I frankly don't agree with the amendments tonight, not all of them. But I do think she has a right to say what she wants to say and amend it like she wants to amend it without being badgered. I don't think she's slapping anybody in the face by doing it. I think she has she really believes in her amendment, and it was a good reason to do what she's doing. So we got to get a grip as a council, and we can't behave this way. How do you think this looks to the people looking at Auburn tonight? This is a sad night for Auburn when a council person gets treated like Ms. Witten's been treated here tonight. We're all professionals, and we should act like professionals. This doesn't look good to our constituents. However you want to vote on this, it doesn't look good to our constituents, and it does not look good to people around the country watching Auburn tonight. And I personally apologize, Ms. Witten, that you had to endure what you had to endure a short while ago. And I think we all need to search ourselves. We're all professionals, and we need to act like it. If you don't agree with it, then let your vote express that, and your constituents can talk to you about it however they feel about it. But don't badger each other. I would never badger any of y'all like that, whether I agree or disagree with you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Tommy. I owe Beth an apology as well. At the beginning, I should have stepped in and stopped that conversation that was going on between her and Councilman Parsons. So Ms. Witten, I apologize for that. This is a very passionate issue. This has been going on for a while, and we've been pointing towards this night and this vote, and we've all known this was coming. And there's a lot of tension because we've all received the emails, we've all gotten the calls, we've all talked to our constituents. And there was not going to be an easy way to go through this because there were varying opinions. And I understand the fact that there are people that are very, very invested in what we're doing here. And so for that, I get it. I could have done a better job of managing this tonight. I think it's only fair that all of you know that I had conversations with Ms. Whitten over the last 48 hours talking about these things. The 2 strikes was an idea that I've been thinking about for a while because I wanted this to be more punitive and the leash to be shorter on people who might do this. Even if we were looking at passing the original ordinance. The whole idea of having parties and bands and backyards of people who are renting these houses, I think is completely inappropriate. And that needs to be stopped, period. We need to support the people that are in the event planning business and event hosting business in our community. So I was very much for that. And I've been consistent that I believe homestays, that they're worth investigating, they're worth trying. I believe that people that have the responsibility, that own that home and have to face their neighbor at the mailbox and at the driveway every day are going to do the right thing. And we're not going to give them a lot of leverage to do the wrong thing. And so I believe from the very beginning that the homestay piece was a good piece to look at, and that the short-term non-primary rental is where most of our problems were probably emanating from. We'll see. So I don't want her to take all the brunt of this because she and I have been talking about this for the last 2 days. Did this thing that we saw tonight, that's the first time I've seen it. There was a conversation made this afternoon and all that was put together. That's the prerogative that a council member has to do things that way and to come up with ideas. All right. We've all discussed this and said our piece. It's time for us to move forward. And what we'll be voting on exactly, Megan, would you please correct, set that up?
Make an amendment to the amendment.
Okay, go ahead, Bob. Sure.
The idea that all zones are equal in the city is just misguided. NC is a very restrictive zone. That is its distinction. That is what makes people decide to choose to live their life there. That is why people buy there. To go ahead and incrementally erode the protections of neighborhood conservation effectively renders it gone. This is unacceptable as per it's written in the ordinance. I would like to amend the amendment to exclude neighborhood conservation zones from any of this new language.
Need a second.
Okay.
You need a second.
I second that.
Okay. So we have a motion and second on the amendment to the amendment, and this amendment would exclude.
Any discussion? Yeah.
Okay.
Repeat it. Go ahead.
I just want to repeat it. This would exclude neighborhood conservation from the prior amendments, okay, and from any changes. All right, so any discussion?
May I clarify, Councilman Parsons, that you're just referring to where neighborhood conservation by Councilperson Whitten was added to homestays only. I want to clarify that's it, and that's your intent. Okay.
You're muted, Bob. We didn't hear you.
Yeah, he's nodding.
You're nodding.
I'm sorry, correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, just want to be sure.
You're not changing the strikes, Bob. You're not changing the lodging.
No, just the homestays and NC.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion and second.
Any discussion?
Any discussion?
I have a
Yes,
question.
Mayor, do we not need to vote on the amendment first?
No, you can amend the amendment. Councilman Parsons is absolutely in order. And we have to take them from amending the amendment all the way down and go back up. So very confusing, but he's absolutely in order and appropriate for Robert's rules. So this one you would discuss and then vote on first.
So we vote on his amendment and then we vote on the other amendments.
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Good question. All right, Ms. Whitten, I believe you were next.
Yes, it's my understanding that the NC neighborhoods is the single family definition of no more than 2 unrelated occupants. And I would, if we may, since we have legal counsel, have them speak to if that is allowable to remove just one specific zone, since other zones have the same parameters.
I'll take that before legal counsel does that. There are other zones, you are correct, that track with that definition, but the family definition itself and then the ordinance that's before you and including in your packets was clarifying some districts that are involved. And there are other family districts. DDH is considered one of them because no more than 2 unrelated, as is LDD. But others were added here. The family definition itself, as the city attorney indicated earlier, and he will correct me if I'm wrong, only applies to geographic areas in which homestays and short-term non-primary rentals can happen, not to the occupancy itself. The definition that's residing in this ordinance also applies to other long-term residency in the city. So, Rick, did I miss anything?
No, ma'am, you're correct. The reference to NC is a geographic, obviously, reference for short-term rental purposes, but it's the zoning, the definition of family is wholly different and distinct from these new regs. So it doesn't limit where you apply your short-term rentals.
Beth, you good? Ms. Whitten?
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on the amendment to the amendment regarding the NC and removing NC?
One quick question
Sure,
about home occupations. Am I confused? Are there home occupations are allowed in NC, correct?
They're allowed in all zones in the city that have residences, yes.
Okay, I've just heard comments that were saying there as if there were no occupations or any folks working out of NC areas. That wouldn't be correct. There are occupations.
Yeah, home occupations are allowed in the NC zone today.
Okay, thank you.
Can I?
Anyone else? Oh, go ahead, Jake.
Can I buy a house in NC zone if I don't live in Auburn and rent it out for 6 months at a time?
Absolutely.
Okay.
A quick question too on there seems to be a value put on. I don't live in an NC zone. I live in an RDD zone, and I believe, and I believe my neighbors that live beside me would believe that their neighbor, though our house value is maybe not as high as NC, but we value our neighborhood just as much as a NC zone. I'm not getting that this idea that our neighborhood is not as valuable and my neighbors aren't as valuable. It's a very confusing concept to me.
I don't think anyone's making a value judgment. I'm sticking to what is written in our zoning ordinance, which is that NC, its purpose when it was zoned was to preserve the character of the neighborhood. And it's very restrictive of what type of occupations can take place in the home. Short-term rentals already run afoul with the regulations of home occupations, one of which is the total square footage of a home occupation may be no more than 25% or 500 square feet, whichever is the lesser. The other regulation that it runs afoul of is the nuisance clause, in which is specifically mentioned noise and traffic.
We have nuisance and traffic issues in our neighborhood as well.
I'm speaking to you about the actual regulations of home occupations as written in our zoning ordinance.
So we don't have nuisance laws in RDD?
We do.
I'm sure you do, but we're not talking about our RDD. We're talking about somebody conducting a homestay as a home occupation.
Hold on just a second. We got two guys speaking at once. Speaking at once.
That's my exact point, is you're not talking about my neighborhood because apparently my neighborhood is not as valuable as your neighborhood. I don't think that's the kind of way we want to operate as a council and as a city. We're trying to create uniformity. I understand that your neighborhood may be in a certain zone, but I have neighbors that live in homes that are single family detached that appreciate their property just as much. And it seems like we're valuing one over the other.
I've never said anything about value, Councilman Smith. I'm talking about what is written in the description of each zone and each zone has specific characteristics. Neighborhood conservation happens to have the most restrictive characteristics in our city, and for some people in our city, they value those restrictions, and it's the factor that makes them purchase that home is those very restrictions. It's not about value. I'm sure your home is beautiful, no doubt. It's just zoned differently. You should look at my home. My home's not beautiful, but it's in an NC. It's kind of tired, but that's not where I'm coming from. I'm coming from policy and the different the zoning to speak to the different needs of home buyers in our city.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I would like to ask a question.
Sure.
Okay, we had a I guess a special call meeting to discuss the short-term rentals and everything. So I don't really know if just listening at some of the conversation, and I understand Bob's point of not I think in a sense that he's feeling like he was blindsided by the amendments. So is there a way that maybe we can have another, just I would say table it or however you want to do it, so we can discuss some of this, air it out, and then come back around the table and maybe propose some amendments or let it stay like it is? Because, you know, now I'm more confused than everything. So all of this discussion, we're going on and on and on. And it don't sound good to me if I was just, wasn't on the council, that we're not even together on what we really trying to accomplish here. So I guess my question is, what word do I need to use, Megan? Table, postpone, and have a special call meeting, and then let's air out whatever it is, and then come back with a conclusion and vote on it later.
We can't unravel where we are, can we, Megan?
You can. I looked into this earlier today. You can postpone, including at this point. The challenge is, if you did, we'd have to postpone the amendment to the amendment, and the main question to take a pause, and you'd have to have many votes, and that would, I think it's simple majority to postpone. To call the question, it's a 2/3. We call the question, Connie, means let's vote. Let's go ahead and vote on whatever we're dealing with now. So that's at the pleasure of the council, what you would like to do from this point.
Well,
the one challenge that I have, Connie, is if you choose to amend, and the council can take all the time that it wants to deliberate this issue, is if you choose to amend, we may have to re-advertise, which delays us 4 weeks, which is certainly not a problem from staff's perspective. I want you to understand timeframes of which we're dealing with. You don't need to rush into decisions. That's up to you. But just know, if you make substantial amendments at any point in time, it's a 4-week gap between considerations, roughly. It's a 22-day advertising requirement for us, and it usually pushes you 2 meetings. Depends on how the weeks fall, but roughly.
Well, everybody may not agree with me on that, but that was just a suggestion that I was going to make. However it end up, at the end of the day, we're going to have to vote on something, amendment on top of amendment on top of amendment, however it goes. So I was just trying to maybe shorten this a little bit.
Any other questions or discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to wholeheartedly get behind Councilman Parsons' amendment to the amendment. Again, I think the majority of input that we've all received over the past however many weeks it's been, over the past several years, with all of the discussions that have gone on, have been predominantly find a way to protect NC zoned neighborhoods. And again, it's not that one zone is more important than another, but if you open up the book on what the zoning is all about, NC is specifically for just that, neighborhood conservation. And I think Councilman Parsons' amendment to the amendment satisfies the need to protect those neighborhoods and also satisfies the general public, which have expressed very clearly their desire to keep short-term rentals out of the NC neighborhoods. So I definitely support Mr. Parsons' amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Yep. Anyone else? Okay, so we're going to.
You vote on this amendment first. If you're ready for a vote, and you repeat what the amendment is.
So what's the exact language we need to use here?
Councilperson Parsons is moving to amend the previously proposed amendment, which has not been adopted, just to be clear, to not allow homestays in the neighborhood conservation district.
Excuse me, can you put that back on the screen for us?
Sure thing. Greg, can you put that back on the screen? Give us a second here. I've got to swap and hold the mouse. Get some Greg. Okay. To get to where he's referring to, and Councilperson Parsons will correct me if this is not what he intended. In this section, section 51104B, detailed use regulations, home occupations, the underlying text was added by Councilperson Witten to add limited development district, neighborhood conservation district, development district housing, large lot residential district, and then also corridor redevelopment west and neighborhood redevelopment, because it was going to be permissive in all those zones. The proposal to amend the amendment is to strike the word neighborhood conservation district from this proposed amendment. Is that accurate, Councilperson Parsons?
Thank you.
It is? I'm sorry, you cut out.
Thank you.
And we can't see you. Okay. Councilperson Griswold, are we good for me to take this down, or do you still want it up?
Well, that's fine. Thank you very much. You can take it down.
Okay. Mayor, I think you're ready for the question.
Okay.
We do a roll call just to be clear, because we're
All right, so
going to be
yay is supporting Mr. Parsons' amendment.
to strike neighborhood conservation from
Nay
homestays.
is not to support it, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
How will this change, Megan, how will this change the original ordinance from Planning Commission?
Well, right now, because it's not what we're considering. I mean, this takes it back to where Planning Commission had it one piece, but it leaves LDD, DDH, large lot residential, corridor redevelopment west and neighborhood redevelopment as allowing homestays, and they did not previously in the proposal from Planning Commission allow it. But again, you're not voting to adopt any type of ordinance. You're just voting on whether or not you'll consider this amendment as part of the ordinance. So as
I'm a little bit confused. Okay, my goal in this is to vote.
I am too.
I plan on voting for the like the Planning Commission returned it. That's what I've been asked to do. A majority of my constituents. That's what I plan to do. So I'm voting. I don't see why I need to vote. Well, how would me voting yes for this amendment aid in that?
yes is not allowing homestays in the neighborhood conservation zone. Yes to this amendment is what that's saying,
Okay, thank you.
which is back to the original Planning Commission recommendation on neighborhood conservation, if you want to boil it down. Hope that helps.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. So, when you put that slide back up, so the stuff that was in red, the only thing so the only thing we taking out is the NC.
Correct.
Okay, but with Beth's proposal, she was adding all of them in.
Everything in red, she was either adding or taking away, but she added neighborhood conservation along with other zoning districts. And Councilperson Parsons is recommending to take the neighborhood conservation zone back out.
Okay. Okay, that's what.
So
Okay.
if you vote yes, you want neighborhood conservation removed from homestays. If you vote no, you want to leave it for homestays.
Megan, would that end the debate on that subject, or when we republish?
If anybody calls the question and who has the floor and gets a 2/3 vote, that ends debate and you must immediately vote, or you can go ahead and vote.
In that, no, I'm speaking more on well, not in the debate as of right now. That question of whether or not having homestays in NC, we're gonna, if the rest of the amendments are approved, then we are gonna have to republish this ordinance.
That's correct.
So there could potentially be another debate and a potential future amendment at another meeting on that issue?
That is something we're going to research when we get to that point. You can absolutely debate the issues, but once you've actually adopted the amendment to be part of the proposed ordinance, I don't know if you can continue to amend the same things. I need to check on that. That's an answer I don't have this evening. I've not encountered that before.
Okay.
One more procedural question, please.
Yes, sir.
So if we vote, the next vote we're going to have is on Councilman Parsons' amendment to the amendment.
Correct.
All right. That's assuming that were to pass. Then we would vote on Councilwoman Witten's amendment as amended by Bob.
Correct.
And if we voted, okay, so if we denied that, then we'd be back to the original
Yes,
proposal
you
from
would.
the.
You're correct. He's
Okay.
just making a slight adjustment to what Councilperson Witten proposed. That's all Councilperson Parsons is doing. And you're perfectly in order to do that, and you've explained it correctly, Councilperson Griswold.
Okay, so to get back to ground zero where we started, would be a yes vote for Bob's and a no vote for Councilwoman Witten. And that takes us back to the original.
Planning Commission proposed. Correct.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Ready to vote? Does everybody understand?
All right. You want Lindsay to call the roll?
Is everybody, Connie, you're shaking your head. Does everybody understand? Repeat again, Megan. What's the parameters of our vote on Bob's amendment to amendment?
The
Okay.
parameters. Go ahead, Connie.
Let me just say this. Okay, so tell me what the yes is and tell me what the no is again.
The yes is the yes does not allow homestays in the neighborhood conservation zone. A no does allow homestays at the moment in the neighborhood conservation zone.
Okay.
You're going to vote on that particular thing possibly multiple times. So this is just about whether or not you're going to allow homestays in the neighborhood conservation. If you don't want to allow them, you actually need to vote yes. If you do want to allow them, you need to vote no.
Okay. So now, and I'm just speaking, just say if Bob amendment, if he lose, then what do we go back to the Beth's amendment?
Yeah, we have to then deal with Beth's amendment. That's
Okay.
correct. That comes next. We have to take them all the way down to amend the amendment and then go back to from where we came. So it's like a little tree.
And by it being 8 of us and they tie, what happens?
You tie, it fails. That's the motion in essence. It fails. Turns it down.
Can I clarify something procedurally? So if Mr. Parsons' amendment is approved, that would end any debate on this new topic we brought up tonight. But if it's not approved, we could potentially debate homestays in NC at the new meeting. If the remainder of the amendment, we would still have it open. We could digest that a little bit longer and potentially have a deliberation in the future over that.
Yeah, you're correct, because the ordinance, depending on how you amend it, will be re-advertised. You'll have a new public hearing. And I don't see why you can't amend it again if that's what you wanted to do, but I just want to confirm that for you. But you're correct, there will be new debate on whatever the ordinance is that is re-advertised, if that's what we do.
And so that would give the public the opportunity to voice their opinion about the limitations that are proposed by Ms. Witten and the potential of homestays, not short-term, because it sounded like those were kind of getting interchangeably used this evening. Because I think I heard a resident on Payne Street say no short-term rentals, but I'd like to kind of explore homestays on Main Street. So I may be mistaken. So I don't know. It seems like if we were to allow the public kind of digest, we could get feedback and then ultimately debate that and deliberate on that after getting that feedback at the next meeting, instead of just ending that entire discussion this evening.
Ryan, I think the one key thing is if you choose to advertise, whatever you amend, and if we have to re-advertise, you can take things away. What you can't do is add new layers of things that people weren't expecting. So if you said we're going to do this and now we're not going to do it, you're often fine. The city attorney will have to weigh in. It's when, in the case of today with Beth's proposed amendment, because you're adding homestays to zones that we're not anticipating, that is why it would need to be re-advertised, is then to signal to the public, we've made a major change. We want to talk about it. We're going to take a pause, let you know about it, and have another set of public hearings or a hearing to deal with it. So
I definitely want to hear from the public on it. I don't want to kill debate this evening just between council. I'd like to hear the public's opinion on that position. So I'll be supporting that. I will not be supporting Mr. Parsons' amendment to the amendment.
Okay, so let's, Lindsay, let's go ahead and call the roll on Mr. Parsons' amendment to the amendment, okay?
Okay. Dawson,
No, ma'am.
Griswold,
Yes.
Hovey,
No, ma'am.
Parsons,
Yes.
Smith,
No, ma'am.
Taylor,
Taylor?
Yes.
Witten,
No.
Anders.
No.
So the amendment to the amendment failed. Lindsay, what was the count?
5-4.
Couldn't be 5-4.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Was it 5-3?
5-3, yeah.
Okay.
3 in favor of and 5 against. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
So the amendment to the amendment failed. So now you're back to the originally proposed amendment by Councilperson Witten.
Okay, and Megan, we're taking this as a whole?
Yes, she has proposed it as a whole. It was moved and it was seconded.
Okay, all right. And so, so a yes is supporting all all these amendments, and a no is not supporting it, correct?
A yes is supporting all the amendments and a no is not supporting, correct?
Okay, all right. Okay, so Lindsay, you ready?
Mm-hmm. Dawson,
No, ma'am.
Griswold,
You're muted.
My apologies. No, ma'am.
Hovey,
Yes, ma'am.
Parsons,
No.
Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
Taylor,
Yes.
Witten,
Yes.
Anders.
Yes.
So that carries. The proposed amendments by Councilperson Witten carries. My recommendation at this stage is that you would be considering the main motion, the original motion. So it's actually what Councilperson Witten proposed and then all other items that were not adjusted. But at this stage, the city attorney, I need them to verify, but we need to re-advertise with that amendment being adopted. He's coming back on now.
That's correct. This is a substantive change and was not advertised, so the public has not been given notice of this particular ordinance, which is a zoning ordinance in effect, and it will have to be changed. Re-advertised.
I move to postpone the ordinance as amended so it may be advertised and put on our March the 16th meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to postpone the voting of this ordinance until our March the 16th city council meeting. Okay? Any discussion or thoughts? Do we need to
postpone it because we have to legally, right?
Yes, because we have to advertise it. Yes.
All right.
Is there any discussion on this? We got discussion. Do we do a roll call or do
You can discuss postponement if anybody has any questions.
Does anybody have any questions or anything? Okay. All
What
right.
happens if we vote no?
No to postponement.
Yeah.
I will have the city attorney weigh in. If you don't postpone, we cannot advertise. We have to advertise, and we would not be lawful to consider the remainder of the ordinance tonight. Rick?
That's correct. You'd be passing an ordinance without proper notice to the public, so it would be challenged and you would fail out of the gate.
It would speak to the transparency of the process. If we advertise it, then we're giving our constituents the opportunity to weigh in at a public hearing on the 16th.
Transparency, all right.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Oh, we can do a voice vote on this, Megan?
No, just
You
go
wanna
ahead
do
and roll call because it's hard on Zoom.
Okay, all right, so we'll have a motion and a second. Lindsay, would you please roll call? This is
Dawson,
postponed.
Yes, ma'am.
Dixon, I'm sorry, Griswold,
No.
Hovey,
Yes, ma'am.
Parsons,
No.
Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Whit,
Yes.
Anders.
Yes.
I believe that there are only 2 no votes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So 6-2, motion to postpone carries, and it is postponed to the March 16th meeting to be re-advertised to include a new public hearing. All right, Mayor, are we ready to proceed?
Yep.
And one real quick, March 16th, we'll be considering the same.
March 16th, I'm sorry, Tommy, you cut out.
What would be our best suggestion?
Yeah, we'll be with
What-
best
what would we
adjustments.
Okay,
That's
thank
correct. We'll send you a revised draft as soon as possible with the adjustments. We'll put it on the short-term rental page and we'll get it advertised as quickly as possible to
Yeah,
meet the
we will-
deadline prior to March
We'll have
16th.
another public hearing on that particular ordinance.
Correct. We have to
That night, yes.
advertise the revised ordinance and a new public hearing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 9C is a commercial development agreement between the City of Auburn and Multi-AUBAL GS LLC for a new retail commercial development to include an urban grocer to be located at 124, 138, and 156 South Gay Street. The agreement includes a rebate of sales taxes of up to $6 million over 20 years. Unanimous consent is necessary and a public hearing is required.
I'll introduce ordinance and ask unanimous consent.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Does anyone on the council have a problem moving forward with a vote on this evening? Seeing here none. Lindsay?
Parsons,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
Taylor,
Yes.
Witten,
Yes.
Dawson,
Yes, ma'am.
Dixon,
Oh, wait, I apologize. He's coming back on now. That was my fault. Stephen
I
Dixon is
just got
re-entering.
on. I think there was a slight delay between my YouTube and now, so I missed. I'm not sure where we are.
So we are, and I apologize, I was supposed to text you. We're in the middle of a vote for item 9C, commercial development agreement between City of Auburn and Multi-AUBAL for a new retail commercial development on Gay Street. All we're doing is voting about unanimous consent right now. There's been no public hearing or any other discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes. Sure.
Griswold,
Yes.
Hovey,
Yes, ma'am.
Anders.
Yes. This time we'll open the public hearing. If you'd like to address the council on this issue, please give us your name and address for the record and raise your hand.
And I will note that the development team representing the property owners, design team development group, and their consultants have sat through this whole thing this evening, and they are available should I need to ask them any questions on your behalf. So we give them a medal.
Okay. I'm not seeing any questions. We'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion to approve from the council?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussions from the council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
I noticed that this development agreement only covers the financial aspects of the interaction with the city. Usually our development agreements include things like road blockages and sewer connections and all kinds of infrastructure type things. Are we going to get a different development agreement at some point to cover those other ancillary things?
Councilperson Griswold, that's a very, very good question. There are two types of development agreements. On your agenda, we call this commercial development agreement, but it is titled in your packet, just development agreement as written. This is a separate style of agreement and isn't speaking to those. It's speaking to the architectural a little bit. You have the Downtown Design Review Committee that reviewed this, but you also have the Commercial Development Authority that reviews this, and they're kind of dealing with saying that this is an enhanced facade and also consideration for the city's dollars. Our Executive Director of Development, Scott Cummings, has been working with this group about the development. And because this is not a high-rise building, it is a single-story building with a surface parking lot, not involving a parking garage, we think there will be very limited closures. There is some utility work that needs to go on, but we're determining right now if the only time the sidewalk on Gate Street would have to be long-term closed, and it's not even long-term, it may be a month or two, is when they revamp the sidewalk. So if we need to come to you with that, we will come at a later date. This is purely the financial piece, and you are correct that it is not addressing those issues. Those would come to you separately if they need to.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other question or comment? Okay. Lindsay with roll call.
Parsons,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
Taylor,
Yes.
Witten,
Yes.
Dawson,
Dawson?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Dixon,
Yes.
Griswold,
Yes.
Hovey,
Yes, ma'am.
Anders.
Yes.
All right, those are all the ordinances. We're moving on to resolutions. Under resolutions this evening, item 10A1 is a request by the Industrial Development Board for conditional use approval for an industrial use, a data center, for property located at 1571 West Sanford Avenue in the Industrial Zoning District. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. A public hearing is required.
Move for approval.
All right, I have a motion and a second. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. If you'd like to address the council, please give us your name and address for the record. And Greg, don't see anyone. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Any questions or comments from the council? Seeing here no one. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, I'd like to remind everyone that item 10A2 has in essence been removed from the agenda because of the denial of the PDD rezoning much earlier in the evening. So we're on to item 10A3 is a request by Mike Swope on behalf of Robert Fucci for conditional use approval of a performance residential use for academic detached dwelling units for property located on Harper Avenue between North DeBartoleben Street and North Ryan Street in the medium density residential district zoning district. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. A public hearing is required.
Move for approval.
All right, have a motion and a second. We'll open the public hearing now. If anyone would like to address the council, we ask that you please give your name and address for the record and raise your hand through Zoom. Okay, seeing no one. Any questions or comments from the council? Seeing here no one, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Is that a nay?
Yep, nay.
That was one nay? Okay. Motion carries.
Okay, item 10A4 is a request by Terry Doyle on behalf of SIO2 Medical Products Incorporated for conditional use approval of a commercial support use for warehouse distribution center for property located at 2270 Riley Street in the Industrial Zoning District. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. A public hearing is required.
Move for approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. This time we'll open the public hearing. If you'd like to address the council, please raise your hand. We'd ask that you give your name and address for the record. Seeing here no one, Any comments or questions from the council? Okay, we'll vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 10A5 is a request by Donald Allen on behalf of E.L. Spencer Jr. for conditional use approval of an industrial use for building materials and manufacturing expansion for Builders First Source for property located at 380 Industry Drive in the Industrial Zoning District. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. A public hearing is required.
Move for approval.
All right, have a motion second. This time we'll open the public hearing. If you'd like to address the council, please give your name and address for the record, and raise your hand through Zoom. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Any questions or comments from the council? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
The final resolution for the evening is item 10B. It's a request from David Esposito on behalf of Auburn Draft House to authorize an outdoor cafe permit for property located at 161 East Magnolia Avenue. A public hearing is required.
Second.
All right, have a motion and a second. This time we'll open the public hearing. If you'd like to address the city council, please give your name and address for the record. Seeing nor hearing anyone. So anybody on the council have anything they'd like to ask? Any questions? Certainly excited about another outdoor dining option in downtown. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
I normally say those are all the items we have on the agenda this evening, but I'll say this night.
Mayor, if I may real quick, I really do appreciate the hard work the staff put economic development on the grocery store downtown. I think that's really nice. We've been needing one a long time. I'm glad to see us moving forward on that.
Thank you, Chief. And there was a lot of hard work by our staff on that. Very proud of them and thankful. All right, at this time, we'll open the citizens open forum. This is an opportunity for a citizen to address the city council about anything that might be on your mind. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. 3 minutes, please. Please raise their hand. Okay. This time we'll close the citizens open forum. Before we adjourn, I want to tell all of you, thank you for your patience tonight. I thank you for your hard work. I thank all of our staff and tonight, particularly the Planning Commission, for everything that they've done to work on this. Auburn's a great town because people are invested and they care about what's going on in Auburn. And a lot of good came out of tonight from the aspect that there was a lot of people very invested. And so I appreciate this. We'll continue to push this forward and continue to give our public and our citizens an opportunity to speak to this. And it's hopefully all of our intention to make the very best decision possible for Auburn. But I'm very proud of everything that's been done. Thank you, Megan, and all your staff for all their hard work and patience through this. Do we have a move to adjourn?
So moved.
We're adjourned.